You're in Braves country.
Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright, the father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play, Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones, Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider, the quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez, Javi to B-Mac, Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog, he won 355, could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking, the top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy, the big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler, Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren, Skip Carey 2, Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren, spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Y, it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for zip, boom, bam, ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z, think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying, it felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee, to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee.
like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub bowl. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop. All throughout Braves country, pop that top! Your Atlanta Braves have won it all!
and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate.
Please remain standing. We call your attention to our fans here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture. Our national anthem. At this time.
Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. Perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom.
You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon, Braves Country. All right, so this is the Braves Country today. We are going live on radio, on TikTok, on obviously our YouTube channel, as always, Braves Country Radio, and then, of course, over on Facebook today. The games are always on YouTube, Braves Country Radio. So if you want to catch the 3D play-by-play, it's over on Braves Country Radio on YouTube. So what we have for the series, once again, it is 7:15 first pitch on Friday, 4:10 on Saturday, and 1:35 on Sunday. We have Elder versus Marquez Friday night, Strider versus Dollander on Saturday afternoon, and Sale versus Gomber on Sunday. And our pregame begins either at the top of the hour if the game is starting at the bottom of the hour, or vice versa. So like tonight, we'll come on around 6:30. All right, couple of things to get into with the Braves, as Colorado just had an exciting walk-off victory against the Giants. And I'm hoping that I was watching that game, and all I kept hoping for is that the Rockies would just deplete the hell out of their bullpen. They're playing much better baseball than they were at the beginning of the year. That's number one. So that's not to be overlooked. When you're looking at this game, and I do want to double check because I have not looked at the weather for today yet, but it looks like we are going to get a threat of rain today here in the Atlanta area, and pull it up on my map just to see when all that starts to go down. Normally I do that ahead of time, but we had some stuff going on this morning. Wasn't able to get into it. Let me see here. We've got, it's going to be iffy. It's going to be iffy. So we might end up with a rain delay. Looks like it clears out around 11, and you got a 35% chance of it hitting between 7, which is right at first pitch, and 10 p.m. So whether or not it ends up skipping across or moving a little faster or what have you, we do these shows at noon, so we'll see what happens with that. But as far as the rest of the weekend goes, Saturday's game looks like it'll be pretty good sailing. Looks like it's going to be cloudy, but not much precipitation. And then on Sunday, we have pretty good weather as well. So tonight is really the night where you're looking at whether or not, now there is a front coming in Saturday night in Atlanta, but the game should be over with. So it looks like tonight, they're calling right now that it should be okay. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. Hopefully we don't do a double header. We do a double header on Saturday that favors the underdog, which is obviously Colorado in this situation. But Colorado's playing better baseball. For the folks who haven't paid attention to it, they really are. They're playing much better baseball than when we saw them last time. And they had the walk-off yesterday against the Giants. The Giants reliever, Martinez, who we saw was lights out when we faced him, could not find the strike zone. I don't know if it had anything to do with the altitude in Colorado, but he could not find the strike zone. And the Rockies came back and scored 3 in the ninth to walk it off. I think at one point they were down 7-3 and 4-0. So they come back from a 4-run deficit, and they've won 4 of their last 10, and that's pretty darn good for the Rockies considering they've only won 13 games this entire season. They're 13-55. In theory, the Braves should sweep the Rockies, and I'm going to be disappointed and normally I don't say that, but when you play as badly as the Braves have played to start the season, you lose 7 in a row to start the very beginning of the season. We just got off a 7-game losing streak last week. When the Braves have 2 7-game losing streaks, it means you got to start putting big W's together. You got to put together a streak of your own. And we need every win we get, because next week we welcome in the New York Mets, and then we go to Miami and then go to the Mets. So in a 10-game period, we're going to see the Mets, is it 6 or 7? Is 7 times, 3 in Atlanta and 4 in New York. And then after that, you've got Philly to finish off the month. So for the rest of the month, this is our one layup, Colorado. Miami should be a series that we should be favored in, obviously, but a division opponent, they usually play us pretty tough. Those, in theory, if you really want to get back into the mix, if you want to go out there and hit July with the realistic shot of making the playoffs, and we're looking at the wild card at this point, the division is all but cooked. I'm not saying it can't happen when you're 15 games behind the division leader, the New York Mets, who have been on fire, and you are 10.5 games or 9.5 games behind the Philadelphia Phillies. And not for nothing, we are a half game behind the Washington Nationals. And don't look now, but the damn Marlins are clipping at our heels. So if you're going to hit July on a positive note, this is where it begins. You get 3 at home against the Colorado Rockies. And next weekend, you need to be dominant. If you lose more than 1 game in those 2 series, because I'm looking at a 3-game series this weekend, and then it is a 3-game series next weekend. We need a sweep this weekend. And we have the day off on Monday, which means we can be aggressive going after said sweep. And today it's Elder. Elder's been pitching very well. He's going against Marquez. But look, he's been pitching very well, and you cannot do anything but assume that you are going to be right there in the mix at the end of the season for a playoff hunt when you come in such a big, heavy favorite to begin the season. So with that being said, if we're going to assume that we're not punting and we're not throwing the season away, this is an enormous series for the Braves because they simply need to sweep it. 2 out of 3 is not necessarily a disaster, but this feels like you need a sweep. Elder is going to go on the mound against Marquez. Marquez is a guy that you can get to. I mean, let's be honest. That is a matchup where the Braves should be a pretty heavy favorite, even with Bryce Elder on the mound. But Bryce Elder's been really damn good recently. I mean, he's been really good recently. So the idea that, and by the way, the wild card standings, real quick before we get into the actual series, wild card standings, if you're looking at it, the Braves are 9 games back of that. So you got to get scorching hot to be able to do anything. It really does dumbfound me that they didn't fire Snicker during this stretch. But if they're not going to fire him during this stretch, then I guess we're just not going to see him fired, right? So you're going to have to get on board with the fact that we're stuck seeing him run the ship for the rest of the year. Whether you're for him or against him, it's going to be a thing. Because when you look at the wild card standings in the National League, the only 3 teams below us right now are the Pirates, the Marlins, and the Rockies. No one has them going to the playoffs, right? So, but you have to start making up ground, and you've got the Nationals who are a half game in front of you, and then it's a little longer leap there. You've got the Diamondbacks and the Reds who are 4.5 and 5 games in front of you. Those are the next 2. But what I do expect with these teams that we're chasing, they're going to run into their little rut. They're going to run into their little losing streak, and hopefully all of our if we get another 7-game losing streak, forget it. It's over. So you got to start playing good baseball. But when you're looking at that and you're looking at what the Braves are going to be going into this weekend, Atlanta is going up against Marquez, who has a 7 ERA. He is 2-8, a 2-8 ERA. A 2-8 record. But more importantly, because we know records don't really speak to what a pitcher's doing, a 7 ERA. What has he been doing recently? Now, I realize he pitches in Colorado, so take it with a grain of salt, but at the same token, his last 3 starts, which is what I normally like to go off of, he's gone 10 innings and given up 7 earned runs. That is an ERA of 6.3. The start before that, he was decent in Chicago. He went 6 and gave up 2. And before that, at home against Philadelphia, 7 and gave up 1. But all in all, his season has been what his ERA shows. I mean, this guy threw 27 innings in the month of May and got 17 strikeouts. He threw 10 innings so far in the month of June. He's got 9 strikeouts. So he's not a big-time strikeout pitcher. And what you do see on the games where he really struggles is that he gets smacked a lot. I mean, we're talking about giving up 8 hits, 9 hits, 7 hits, 7 hits, 6 hits. So the Braves can get on to him pretty quick, and you would think that their bullpen is a little fleece going through that Giants series. And in the Giants series, they didn't have the day off. They just finished their season yesterday. The Braves can be as aggressive as they want. As far as Bryce Elder, his ERA is sitting at 4, and that sounds a little high, but honestly, he's been really damn good of recent. I mean, Bryce Elder is a guy that has gone out, and since the beginning of the year, he's been a really good starter. Remember at the beginning of the year when we saw him, and we'll take the first 3 starts that were in early April, he went 4 innings, gave up 3, 6 gave up 5, and 5 and gave up 4. After that, he's been pretty darn good. In the month of May, he had a 3.18 ERA, and in the month of June, he has a 2.7 ERA. So he's pitched well. He's not a strikeout pitcher. You're looking at a guy, I know he had a ton the other day against San Francisco, but that's an outlier. Typically, you're looking at 3 to 4 strikeouts per start versus, or when Elder goes out on the mound. So any of y'all out there on the betting market and you're thinking about laying a bet on Elder's over, under, and strikeouts, it's not something I would typically advise, because what Elder normally does, even when he's pitching well, and once again, that San Francisco game was an outlier. He had 12 strikeouts in 8 innings. First of all, nobody does that, and he definitely doesn't do it. He's typically going to give you somewhere between 5 and 6 innings in 3 to 4 strikeouts, maybe north of 4 into the 5 area. But it's not typical because he's a sinker ball pitcher that is actually trying to pitch to contact. He's trying to get you to roll over. If you're a lefty, he's trying to get you weak contact and dribble it across. If you're a right-handed hitter, he's trying to go inside in on the hands, and the sinker just gets underneath your hands, and you don't get good contact, and you dribble it to third or short or whatnot. So that's game number 1 of the series. It should be a game that the Braves can get up early and then stay on top. The one thing I will say, if the Braves are going to go for a sweep, and that's what we're looking for in today's game, in this weekend series, I should say, if we're going to go for a sweep, we need someone in the next 3 days to pitch basically 7-8 innings plus. Sale is a prime contender for it. But when it comes to Elder, you hope you don't have to use a ton of the bullpen, because Strider pitches tomorrow, and he hasn't been Spencer Strider-like. You look at the Dollander, he's 2-6 with the 6.85 ERA, so another guy well north of 6 ERA coming in, and the Braves should be able to put runs up on the board. But when it comes to Spencer Strider, you're talking about a guy who's got a 5.4 ERA, and he hasn't looked like Spencer Strider yet, though I still believe this is a work in progress. He's going to work through it, and by the time we get towards the end of the season, you're going to see a much better version of Strider. The question is, are we still in it? And I think that had a lot to do with it. If anybody missed it, I think a lot to do with what's going on with A.J. Smith-Shawver. If you saw the news that he is undergoing Tommy John surgery and not the brace replacement surgery. I think a lot of it has to do with he's looking at Spencer Strider and going, man, I don't know. And I can't blame him for going that route. So with that being said, if you missed the news about A.J. Smith-Shawver, the SSAJ, he's done until 2027. There's no way on God's green earth you're going to have Tommy John surgery in a situation where they expect you. Typically, they'll say 12 months, but by the time you get through rehab, it's 15 to 18 months. There really is no point to aim him towards the major leagues in 2026, because by the time he gets done with his rehab, you're talking about September at the best. And that's if everything goes right, and there's always a setback. I think what they're more likely to do is take it baby steps with A.J. Smith-Shawver, work him up a little bit, get him some innings on the mound in late 2026 in the minor leagues, and then get him ready for spring of 2027. Because there's really no reason for it. And no, you're not going to go, well, maybe we can put him in the bullpen, da-da-da. They're just not going to do that. They're looking at him as a kid who upside is through the roof. He was the odds-on favorite when he got injured. He was the odds-on favorite for Rookie of the Year, and all that has been thrown to the wayside. Now he's going to have to hit the restart button. But with Spencer Strider, you look at what he's done recently. The last outing was 6 innings, 3 earned runs at San Francisco. He did have 5 strikeouts, and the time before that was against Arizona. It's 5 innings, 5 earned runs, and just 4 strikeouts. I wouldn't be taking his strikeout prop bet either. For those of y'all who are out there looking at the bets this weekend, if I did anything, I'd take the under. And I'll tell you why. This name Spencer Strider is synonymous with strikeouts. So his number is already pushed up a little bit. So even if you're looking at him realistically, and you're like, man, this guy's probably right around the 4.5 range, 5.5 range maybe, they're instantly going to shoot him to 6.5 because they figure you're going to bet on his name. So if you're looking at that prop bet, that's just a side note. I would stay away from it. In fact, the higher you can get it, I would take the under at some point. But what we're really looking about is what can he do? Can he go out there and give us 5-6 good innings? Can he go out there and shove? If he has to come out in 5 innings and the Braves are in a tight ball game on Saturday, all that means is that we are going to be in a situation where on Saturday you could be on. This is why I don't like the current regime, because Snicker uses the term chasing wins. If you're in a nip and tuck game on Saturday, he just won't chase wins, even though the jackass knows that we are light years behind the teams that if the season ended right now on making the playoffs. And even though he knows we're a third of the way through the season, he simply isn't aggressive with the bullpen. And if all of a sudden he starts this weekend, then you'll know that someone's put their thumb on him and said, get it together. But I don't expect to see him do it. We're looking at this, honestly, tonight's game, I'm hoping and looking for a 7-inning game. That's what I'm looking for. Problem is he went 8 last time. Now he's had quite a bit of rest, but how many innings are they willing to give him? But we need 7 out of Elder tonight. We really do. We need 5 or 6 out of Strider. I don't expect him to go further than that. And we need them both to be in that quality start range. And then on Sunday, you would expect Sale to go around 7 and a quality start. And that's how you get to a series sweep. And normally I never talk about a sweep, but we got to have something. If we win 2 of 3 this weekend, then we need a sweep next weekend, because we need those 5 wins in those 6 games, because we are being bookended. Once again, the Mets come a-calling in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're all night games. Then we go out to Miami, and then it's 4 games. I believe they're all night games in New York. Yes, they are. 4 night games in New York, and you know you're going to be in a tussle. You know when you play those 7 games against the Mets are playing some of the best baseball in all of Major League Baseball. You know in those 7 games, you would feel damn happy if you walked out of there with a 4-3 record. 5-2, you'd be doing backflips. But when you get done through all of that, you're going to Philly for 3, and that ends the month of June. And that's going to be a tough road. The last week of June is a very tough road, which means these next 9 games that we're going to play from today all the way to a week from Sunday are very critical. You absolutely have to have a winning record, but I would say that in that grand scheme of things, with all those games being played, I would really hope to have somewhere around 6 to 7 wins. And that's what, and it all starts. So good to see everybody in the chat over on YouTube. I can't see it as well on TikTok because we got so many things going, but good to see folks in on TikTok. I see it scrolling. Tim and is it Mushi and Claudia? Those are the ones that I can see right now, but I can't scroll back and forth because it would mess up y'all's look. But good to see everybody. We're here on the first day of every Braves series at noon. And if anybody's got any questions or comments, we're going to throw them in here now. Yeah, Willis, I agree. I believe that Strider is going to get back to form. It's just that this is the very beginning of him coming back from what is basically Tommy John. So there is, and yeah, John, once again, there's zero chance in my book that A.J. Smith-Shawver pitches at all on the major league level in 2026. The only way I could see it is, let's say next year starts off much better and the Braves are playing much better and everything is wrapped up at the end of the year, that last week in September. You might see an appearance just to get him energized and get the crowd energized, but nothing of note. They're not going to push him to the point where he's going to be on a playoff roster. They're not going to do anything like that because they're looking at big picture with him. In big picture, they still have several years of control over his contract. More and more about AJ Smith-Shawver. Yeah, like I said, he's done. He's done till 2027. By the time we get to that 2027, this is going to be a much different looking roster potentially. So who knows? By the way, did anybody see the rookie last night from Milwaukee? Is it Mizorowski? I'm probably butchering his name, but he looked phenomenal. That kid, first of all, his face looks like he's about 6 years old. He came out of the game after a weird delivery where he kind of jumped, kind of hobbled, but I think he's okay. The big thing about him is that they had a commanding lead, but anyways, this kid was throwing 100 to 102 miles an hour as a starting pitcher, and he looks like he was just tossing in a Sunday catch at your local picnic. I mean, that kid was phenomenal. But his face, he looks like he's 6 years old. But he's like 6 foot, I think 6'7" is what they said. 6'7", somewhere in that neighborhood. He looked unbelievable. So the future is bright, which is why, if y'all missed the news earlier today, Brewers traded Aaron Savali, who we just saw in this last series, their starting pitcher, for Andrew Vaughn to the White Sox. I'm a little curious why the White Sox did that, but regardless, they did make the trade earlier today, and the trades are going to start coming. I still think you're almost a month away before you start seeing significant trades. When you get right there at the All-Star break, in fact, we're technically 1 month from the All-Star break. Is July 13th is the last day, and happy Friday the 13th to everybody. Hopefully we don't have a spooky ending to tonight's game. That's your series in a nutshell. Gomber goes on the hill on Sunday versus Chris Sale. We know pretty much you can put anybody out there. Chris Sale is going to be the favorite. So I feel extremely good about Friday and Saturday's games, to be honest with you. It's that Friday and Sunday's games. It's that Saturday game just because we don't know what we're going to get out of Strider. We also don't know how much we're going to have to use the bullpen in the back end of tonight's game. I'm hoping for 7 innings. I'm hoping the Braves have a huge lead, and they don't even have to flirt with who's going to close the game. But it looks like for right now, Iglesias has become a setup man. We saw him warming up in the 8th inning the other day, and when it came down to it, if we needed a closer, we didn't need a closer because Schwellenbach pitched a complete game. But because of that, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a situation where it looks like Dylan Lee may be the closer, especially if there's lefties due up. If there's righties due up, I don't know if they're going to go to Pierce Johnson or maybe eventually work Iglesias back in. But right now, it looks like he's done for that. I do want to play you a couple of clips before we get out of here. This first one is right after Schwellenbach and him getting that complete game shutty.
Spencer Schwellenbach, first career complete game. What were your emotions like when you saw Ozzie take that ground ball for the final out?
Just a deep breath. I can finally relax. But was rolling there. A lot of quick pitch innings, and defense was playing outstanding. And just kind of relied on them. And Baldy he's doing an incredible job back there.
You threw a ton of four-seam fastballs today. What did you like about that pitch this afternoon?
Yeah, so I always talk about having 6 pitches and using them when I need them. But the four-seam today was what was working, and we kind of stuck with it.
First time you're sharing a clubhouse with Ronald Acuna Jr., how would you describe what you've seen from him the last 3 weeks?
It's unbelievable. He plays the game like no one I've ever seen before. The arm, the hit tool, speed, everything. I mean, he's an incredible ball player.
And quickly, first ever 9-inning complete game at any level?
At any level. I mean, I've done 7, but it's probably like 16 years old, so it's been a while.
All right, and then this is Brian Snicker. I don't know how well you can even hear that on TikTok. So this is Brian Snicker at the end of the game on Wednesday, and then we'll get out of here.
How would you describe what Spencer did for you guys today?
Oh, man, it was something else. A lot of strikes, obviously, a lot of first pitch strikes. Stuff was just good from 1 to 9, So I know that was really, really, to strike out 9 and only have that many pitches is a feat in and itself. So, he's getting ahead and, stuff was just like it's been. I mean, it's kind of good, too, for him to go out there and touch the 9th inning also.
Knowing how big this series was for you in this rubber game today, I mean, what does that say about his ability to deliver when it matters most?
No, you know what? We watched him do it last year. He played some of the best offenses in the National League last year, got down the stretch when we're trying to get in the playoffs and went toe-to-toe with all of them. And he's that guy. I think he's built that way. And it was good for us to get a series win against a really good club. And that team over there, man, they just keep coming at you, and they pitch really good, and they play good baseball. So this was a good series for us to win right now.
He's been pretty consistent about giving you guys length, but to get through the 9th, what does that tell you about just how
it's awesome? It's awesome, So yeah, anytime you can complete a game, it's something really good in this industry and in this game right now. So, and the fact that, he had the strikeouts and still his pitch count was really good. And I think he probably, I look like he just kind of, his delivery was synced up and he probably could have pitched all day, really. I mean, he was just kind of playing catch at 98, 99.
Ronald, not only did he put up big numbers in this series, but he really did a lot against the fastball. I know that was something he'd been whiffing on a little bit lately.
He's been unbelievable, really. And I think it's just all the at-bats he's had. We talked about that earlier that, he was getting live at-bats all spring when we were there. The only thing he wasn't doing was playing the outfield. But I think all that's, has helped him. I think coming in here with limited rehab, but he's seen live pitching for a long time, and I love where he's at right now. I mean, it's he's having really good at bats and getting great decisions, and you know what, when a guy like that gets going, I mean, you just kind of wait for him to start carrying you, but they're really good at bats. You know what I mean, and I think he's being smart overall about his whole game.
Obviously, he had a long time to think about coming back, what he wanted to do when he got back, but for him to come back and be the player he believes he is, how big is that for him emotionally?
I think that's huge because he did it one other time, but now I think he probably, in going through everything, he had a jump because he's been experienced it before. And like I said, I just think all the at bats that he got, because he'd go to the backfields, and he did it when we left camp, and was working really hard to get to this point. So, I just know I'm really liking penciling that name in the top of the order. I know that.
All right, so that was Snicker, and that was Schwellenbach right before that. Heather, thank you for the gift sent over on TikTok. We are going to be going pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves, with not bashing on anybody else, but we try to give you a different feel of the game, makes you more feel like you're at the game. And then, of course, you get to chat along with everybody who's in there watching the game, and we'll answer any questions, react to anything that we can see. All right, we'll see you tonight. Y'all have a great one. And go Braves! We need a sweep, baby. Start warming up those brooms, y'all. We got to get a sweep this weekend, come hell or high water. Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
All right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
Pound of beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing left field for the Colorado Rockies, it's Jordan Beck. 8 home runs, 20 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .265. Batting second, playing second, Tyro Estrada. 7 RBI, a .261 average. Behind home plate and batting third, it's Hunter Goodman. A .287 average, 11 home runs, 39 RBI, 1 stolen base for the backstop. Batting cleanup, playing third, Ryan McMahon. 8 home runs, 19 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .216. Brendan Doyle is in center field and batting fifth. 5 home runs, 24 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .208. Moniak is in right field and batting sixth. 7 home runs, 18 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .227. Batting seventh and playing short, Orlando Arcia. 1 home run, 5 RBI, batting .197. Hiura is batting eighth and playing first. 1 RBI, a .188 average. And Freeman is the designated hitter, batting .299, with 1 home run, 7 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting ninth. On the mound for the Colorado Rockies, it's German Marquez. He's 2-8 with a 7.00 ERA, a 1.68 whip, 63 innings, 41 strikeouts, 21 walks, 7 home runs served, 85 hits allowed. He'll be going head-to-head with Bryce Elder, who's 2-3 with a 4.08 ERA, a 1.17 whip, 57 innings, 49 strikeouts, versus 51 hits, 18 walks, and 9 home runs served. Backing up, Bryce Elder in the bottom of the first inning, in right field, and leading off, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. 6 home runs, 11 RBI, batting .353. Batting second, playing left, Alex Verdugo. 11 RBI, 1 stolen base, .247 average. Batting third, playing third, Austin Riley. 11 home runs, 35 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .280. Batting cleanup, and at first base, it's Matt Olson. He's got 14 home runs, 39 RBI, a .238 average. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 10 home runs, 30 RBI, a .257 average. Batting sixth, playing second, Ozzie Albies. 6 home runs, 25 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .233. Sean Murphy is behind home plate and batting seventh. 9 home runs, 21 RBI, a .222 clip. Batting eighth, patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. 5 home runs, 38 RBI, a .233 average. And Nick Allen is batting ninth and at short. He's got a .234 average with 6 stolen bases and 12 RBI. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Alex McKay. Your first base umpire, Alan Porter. Second base will be manned by Jim Wolf, and down the third base line, it's Chris Segal. Game time temperatures here at Truist Park, 82 degrees at first pitch, with the wind blowing out right to left at about 5 miles an hour. There is a chance of rain later in the evening, around the 9 and 10 o'clock hour, so we'll see if we get this one in. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 325 on the money line, minus 2.5 on the run line. Your over-under is 8.5. Our pick to click tonight, give me Ozzie Albies. He's 6 for 14 with a .429 batting average and 2 dingers versus Marquez. Other guys of note, Verdugo's 4 for 8 lifetimes, probably why they have him up in the number 2 spot. Ozuna's 2 for 8 with a home run. Olson is 6 for 13, but with no home runs. Keys to the game tonight, the Braves have the pitching edge. The Braves have the hitting edge. They've just got to go out there and play Atlanta Braves baseball, and they should win this game. When Orlando Arcia is batting 7th in your order, that's an offensive problem. Don't get lackadaisical. Take this game as serious as any of the rest. The Braves should mash and walk away with this one, the big W on a Friday night. Give me your Atlanta Braves to go chopping through the battery, 9-2. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks To all the country club members, please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
How the hell is everybody on a Friday night in Braves country? Hope y'all are doing well. Atlanta Braves are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. And we'll keep you up to date on everything else that's going on in the world of baseball. If anybody wants to throw in the scores of the NBA playoff game tonight or the college baseball one, feel free. Not really paying attention to that. I'm solely focused on the world of baseball, but I can only have 35 tabs open, not 36, before this whole thing will crash on us. On a wonderful Friday night, just about a month away from the All-Star game. July 13th is the All-Star game, or the last day before the All-Star break. That's the day we're going to meet up in Atlanta. So anybody who's going to join up with us, please reach out, as we're going to meet up a little spot in Atlanta. I forget the name of it. I'm sure Envy knows it. But we're going to meet up in a spot in Atlanta. There's a 2:15 first pitch against the St. Louis Cardinals that day, and my aim is to be there at that time with y'all and watch the ball game and say highs and howdies and all that stuff. All right, who do we have in here? We'll go back about, say, around 10-15 minutes as I scroll up here. And where are we at? Let's see, where does it fall? Here we go. All right. I see Uncle Charlie Fritz and John, Gary the Real McCoy. I see Peter, how are you? I see Uncle Daddy. I see Mark Ricky Ricardo. Neil Pearson. Who else do we have in? Timmy Powell. Good to see you. Yeah, Tim, they're always changing their names. That's what's going on with that. King James Hagan. Edward Spry. Edward, we got to get a sweep. Normally you don't say that, but when you've taken 2 7-game losing streaks, you got to get on a heater at some point. Mission for Truth. Good to see you. What you talking about, Willis? See what else we have in here in the chat. Daryl and your other brother, Daryl Little. Good evening, Pam. Good evening. William Birdwell. Jen J, good to see you. We keep scrolling through here. We're running out of time. We're going to have to... Charlie Elrod. Rob T. See who else do we have in here? Randall Richards, Reading Railroad, Double R. See if we have anybody else. Tree Nug. My man Nathaniel Brooks. D. Carroll, Love Offers. Jack Baseball. And I think that's it. If we missed anybody, jump in the chat. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. Perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. It helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball, no more measles, and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves Country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
See, we also have Miriam and Ty. Good to see y'all. I think I said hi to D, but just in case. Hello, D. And Pushing Buttons. Good to see you as always. Thought I saw one or two more down here at the bottom. Let me see what we got here. They keep scrolling down. Justin Green Machine. There we go. Braves are wearing their Friday night reds. It's good to see the Braves players saying hi to their old teammate Orlando Arce. He was a popular player in the clubhouse. He just he couldn't hit. And let's be honest, we can't have this many guys that can't hit on the same team. So he was told to kick rocks, and he kicked rocks all the way out to Colorado. We wish him well, just not during this series. He did finally hit a home run. He's got a home run. We noticed that with Colorado. Braves are wearing the Friday Night Reds. Braves across the chest in navy, outlined in white. Tomahawk underneath, outlined in white. Numerals on the back in navy, outlined in white. Navy ball cap, red bill, the white A representing the city of Atlanta. Names on the back of the jersey in white. Colorado are there in their black jersey with the interlocking CR representing the Colorado Rockies. And we're just about set for pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Let's go ahead and get this thing going. First pitch on the way, missed for a ball. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country, followed up quickly by a strike by Elder. And he'll follow that pitch up with a sinker at the knees. It's 1-2. He is working very quickly today. The 1-2 from Elder. He'll go at it again. Swing, chopper back towards the mound. Elder scoops it up with his glove and in one motion runs and tags the bag. And it is a G1. You don't get many of those in Major League Baseball. One away. Good defensive play. And it's a good thing he did that because Olsen was curling behind him. And I think if he goes to the bag and waits for Olsen's throw, I don't think they're going to get him. Olsen thought that Elder wasn't going to be able to get to the ball, but he did. And was able to scoop it and tag the bag. One down. One down. Righty-righty matchup. Estrada the batter. It's Beck, Estrada, and Goodman here in the top of the first. First pitch on the way is a sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. Left to right across the outfield tonight, it's Verdugo, Harris, and Acuna. In the infield is the 0-1. Sinker just misses. 1-1. 1-1 count. Your infield is, as usual, is the 1-1 swing and a miss slider. It's 1-2. Around the horn, it's Riley to Allen to Ozzie to Olsen, and Smurf is behind home plate. The 1-2. Elder brings it. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Got him with the diving slider. 2 down. Good pitch by Bryce. That thing was diving in. With 2 strikes, you almost have to swing at that. Two down. That'll bring Hunter Goodman to the plate. You got to be careful here. Hard-hitting catcher. Probably the best hitter on the team right now. First pitch on the way is a sinker down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. That ball is ripped into left field. Down for a base hit. And it's a 2-out single for Goodman and the Rockies. Thank you for the contribution. Is it James Hagan's birthday? Happy birthday, James. Hope you're having a good one. First pitch on the way to McMahon is a slider right there on the outer edge. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-0. Brings it. Right there at the knees. Sinker on the edge. 1-1. Your home plate umpire tonight is Alex McKay. We've seen this crew earlier in the year. Alan Porter will be the home plate umpire tomorrow night, and then Jim Wolf is behind the plate on Sunday. The 1-1 swing lifts it high and deep into center field, and she gone. A hanger, and McMahon makes it 2-0 real quick. You cannot hang a slider even to a Rockies player, and that's what he did. Maybe that was the change, but regardless, it was a hanger. About knee high, and the Rockies jump on top 2-0. That was almost belt high, just below the belt, right where a left-hander wants it. Might as well have put that on a tee. The 2-0 your score. It's a wet blanket on a Friday night, isn't it? First pitch on the way to Doyle is a swing and a miss slider. It's on 1. He looked pretty good before that pitch, even with the hard hit single by Goodman. He chased that out of zone. The 0-1, another hanger. This time Harris will reach back and grab it just before the warning track. They put a charge into that one. Rice Elder, get it together, son. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Ever since I joined TikTok, I can't even walk down the street without someone recognizing me from my videos.
You suck! You see my tatas through my shirt? Mind ya, biz.
I think I speak for just about every heterosexual male. If I can see your tatas through your shirt, I'm going to stare because they're out there.
A lot of people have asked me to react to the Olympic Australian breakdancing. Oh, I'll be the first to admit that I don't fully understand a lot of the flopping about that she's doing here. Oh, I may not understand it, but I sure as wouldn't be able to do it. Not without pulling a hamstring or having a panic attack. She is at the Olympics, and I am sat at home. A fat. A lot of people are saying this shouldn't be in the Olympics, but we need this kind of weird in the Olympics. It spices it up. There's only so many times I can watch people run a slightly different number of meters. It gets boring. And what the are you doing with your life? Criticizing somebody in the Olympics. You're probably only watching this video because you ran out of Candy Crush energy points. You go to put your bins out and within seconds you're mouth breathing and thinking about ordering a more ergonomic office chair because your back hurts. So shut up and watch it.
Lou Brock, who was playing his first All-Star game.
I'd never been in an All-Star game ever, and I decided to come to the ballpark early so that you could look like you know what you're doing. And I got to the ballpark by 10 o'clock in the day, walked in, asked one of the clubhouse kid if he could get me a Coca-Cola. The kid came back, and he said, by the way, my name is Tom Seaver.
Seaver, a future Hall of Famer, was a 22-year-old rookie pitcher for the New York Mets. And in his first All-Star appearance, he would prove to be unhittable. But the star of the game for the National League would be Cuban-born Tony Perez of the Cincinnati Reds, who won the game with a homer in the 15th inning.
Ball and Perez rips into it for a long drive to left field. It's gone!
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. That ball is scorched into the gap. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Acuna flying around first, heading to second, and starting off the game, Ronald Acuna Jr. goes shopping at the gap. Let's get it.
Bravo. Bravo.
Hard hit ball. Marquez now looks in to Verdugo. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Alex is 93 off the plate. It's 1-0. Verdugo, by the way, 4 for 8 lifetime versus Marquez. Strangely enough, of all the batters that are playing tonight for the Braves, Acuna kind of has the worst numbers against Marquez. First pitch on the way is a sinker after that 1-0, and it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Riley. Riley is 0 for 6, but going into that, Acuna was 1 for 7. The 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. I've been saying this for a while, haven't I, that I wanted to see the number 2 hitter to be a Verdugo or an Eli, someone just there to move the runner over. It doesn't have to be a slugger in the 2-hole. The 2-1. Slaps it foul down the left field line. Well out of play to it, too. 2-2 count. Braves trail by 2. We got a runner in scoring position in the name of Ronald Acuna Jr. already at second. The 2-2. Swing. Hits the knuckle curve back foul. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Marquez comes set. The pitch. In the dirt, 3-2. So a full count now. Full count to Verdugo. The infield is backing to the right. The payoff pitch. Swing! That ball's ripped into right field. That's down for a base hit. Acuna's just going to go station to station as that ball was scorched by Dr. Doogie. But we've got runners on the corners and nobody out.
What's going on?
Blood pressure's coming up. The pulse is getting stronger.
Get the OR ready. We've got a live one going and we want him to stay that way.
The right fielder, Moniak, was on that so quickly, he actually had the ball before Acuna ever touched third base. And Freddie had already put up the stop sign on Acuna. Austin Riley, the batter, first pitch swinging, fouls it back. It's 0-1. Now, once again, Riley is 0 for 6 lifetime versus Marquez, but Acuna was 1 for 7. So hopefully we can strike here. Runners on the corners, nobody out. 11 home runs for the Rake. They set up inside, the pitch, down and in, 95-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 1-1. Marquez came in with a 7 ERA. The 1-1. Hanger hammered down the left field line, but foul. That knuckle curve was about belt high. If Riley holds off a split second, that's going to get down in the corner. Might even scored 2. But instead, he'll put a 2-strike count, 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Inside, spins him around, 96 miles an hour up in his kitchen, 2-2. Braves nothing, Rockies 2. Bottom of the first inning, just getting going here in Atlanta. The 2-2. Fouls it away. We'll do it again. Marquez at 13 pitches. He has not recorded an out yet. Braves have not scored either. Trying to get one across here. The 2-2. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That same knuckle curve that he hammered down the line in the same spot this time, couldn't square it up. One away. You hate to see that. So 1 down, and Matt Olson comes to the plate. The Rockies go into double play depth. Back into the right. Outfield straight away and deep. First pitch from Marquez. 95 off the plate. It's 1-0. Matt Olson 6 for 13 lifetime. 462 average versus Marquez. No home runs. The 1-0. Swing. Slices a four-seam fouling into the stands. It's 1-1. Even a fly ball would cut the lead in half. You'd love to have more in this inning, but you'd like to at least get something the way this inning began. The 1-1. Knuckle curve grabs the edge. It's 1-2. He's got a 5-pitch mix. You'll see the 4-seam, the knuckle curve at a combined 58% of the time. Then it's the sinker, slider, and change. Sinker most use it 24% of the time. The 1-2, swing, pops it up. Jam shot. It's going to be fairly shallow left field. We'll see if they send Acuna. They are going to send him. Here comes the throw to the plate. He is safe! And your Braves have cut the lead in half. Good piece of hitting by Olsen. And on the play, Verdugo makes it all the way up to second base. So he's in scoring position. So we cut the lead in half.
It's not watered down. This is Ice House. Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
Cunha, head first dive. Marcell Ozuna, the batter, first pitch swinging. 96, saws it off. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and away. 1-1. Braves have the tying run at second base. There are 2 out. One count. Brings it. Swing and a miss, knuckle curve. That one was a lot lower. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. We go to 2. Bryce Elder back to work.
Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid.
You like my man? He turn you on? Pick out a casket and your favorite church song.
What is an open-faced sandwich?
That is a sandwich on one piece of bread. My grandmother used to make.
One piece of bread, so it's not finished?
It's finished.
Did you run out of bread?
No, I got plenty of bread.
Then why'd you stop making the sandwich?
The sandwich is made.
Is the bread on top or bottom?
Bread's on the bottom, piece of meat, cheese on top.
You're so close to being done.
If you fold it over, it's a finished half sandwich.
The sandwich is finished.
You should serve soup in a half sandwich like that place down the block with the bread bowls.
They have so much bread, they're making bowls out of it. They could help with your shortage.
I don't have a shortage.
Then finish the sandwich.
Give me this. Give me this.
Bread thing is stressing them out.
Big time.
It ain't the bread!
Hi, ladies. How you doing? I want to kill you. Oh, yeah. Take a number, honey.
Orlando Cepeda had a remarkable year that year. He was the first unanimous MVP, getting more votes than any MVP ever.
He really rips into this pitch. There it goes. Back, home run.
It seemed as if all the Cardinals were at the top of their game in '67. Catcher Tim McCarver finished second in the MVP voting. Center fielder Kurt Flood would win a 5th straight Gold Glove and hit over .330. Lou Brock would lead the league in runs scored and stolen bases, while young hurler Steve Carlton chipped in with 14 wins as the Cardinals ran away with the pennant.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
Bryce Elder's going to go back to work. Hopefully he can straighten up a little bit. Gave up a 2-run home run in the bottom of the first inning. Really the only bad pitch he threw. But it cost him. The Braves trail 2-1. Elder will go back to work here. Left-handed batter Moniak at the plate. First pitch. Slider right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. lifts it into left field, coming in, chasing, and that ball is going to get trapped and bounce off the glove of Verdugo, which is going to turn into a single and should be an E7. He was trying to make the sliding catch, but he cost the Braves a base. Goes under his glove realistically, but his glove does touch it, and then he kicks it, causing the extra base. If he just pulls up, just going to be a single, but you can understand why he tried to make that play. Lando Arcia, the batter, he gets a big round of applause from Braves country as he comes back, part of the 2021 World Series team. Though he didn't play a whole lot, he was there. Orlando. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch. Inside almost gets him. Sinker misses. It's 1-0. See if we can change this up real quick. It seems like the 3D is very behind. The 1-0. Kicks and fires in the dirt. 2-0. So Bryce Elder seems to be very shook here. He's pitching around Orlando Arcia, who's batting 197. See if we got this back in order here. The 2-0 count. Infield. Back into the left. Runner at second. The 2-0 from Elder. Sinker right there at the knees. Good pitch, 2-1. Elder throws a 4-pitch mix, and the sinker and slider recently have been dead even. It's 78% of his repertoire, 39 apiece. The 2-1. Swing, slices it foul down the line, 2-2. He has a 4-seam fastball when he wants to ratchet it up a little bit. Throws that at about 12%, and then the 10% he throws the changeup when he wants to get you off tilt, get out in front. 2-2 count. Runner at second, nobody out. The pitch, swing, dribbles it over towards short. It's off the glove of Allen, and that should be another error. We'll see how they score it. Probably get hometown cooking, but realistically, these both should be errors. Runners on the corners. As if nothing else, that was going to cost a base. I think Allen would have had plenty of time to throw out Orlando. He does not run well. Never really ran well, but he runs terribly nowadays. And Allen let it go under his glove and kicked it. And the runner at second moved to third. So runners on the corners, nobody out. The number 8 hitter, Hiora. First pitch swinging is ground ball foul. Riley scoops it up. The runner was heading home. It's 0-1. They have not given an error to either one of those. So that's some hometown cooking right there. But they're known for that. Brave score keeps normally are very generous. The 0-1 count. Swing. Chops it back foul. It's 0-2. Hiora batting 188, 1 RBI, a 45 OPS. Runners on the corners. Braves infield willing to give up the run if they can turn 2. The 0-2. 92 just misses high. 1-2. 1-2 count. Strikeouts, what you really need here. They set up outside wide. Tried to get him to chase a slider down and away. 2-2. The 2-2. Elder looks in, the pitch, hits him. So he gives another base, and Elder is absolutely imploding against one of the worst teams in baseball. I mean, this is ridiculous. What's more ridiculous is nobody's gone out there to talk to him. Smurf is finally going to take it upon himself to go out there. Bases are loaded and nobody's out. It really is amazing they didn't call any of those errors. If you're just joining us, the man that was standing on second to lead off the inning, he was gifted a base by the kick by Verdugo, and then he made it down to third by the kick by Allen. So bases loaded, nobody out. The number 9 hitter, Freeman, Ty Freeman, takes the first pitch, 92. On the outer cut, it's 0-1. Freeman batting .299, 1 home run, 7 RBI. The infield is back and to the left, the 0-1. Right there at the knees, should have been a strike. Bad call by Alex McKay. It's 1-1. Even Tyler Freeman looked back at McKay and had a look of like, are you sure? So a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Slider well off the edge. Braves 1, Rockies 2. Elder comes set, the pitch. Tried to get a chase a slider once again, 2-2. Nowhere near the zone. So now he's playing with danger because you start nibbling like that, like we know Smurf likes to do with 2 strikes. You throw a ball here, now you've really got problems. The 2-2. Swing, come back into the mound. Elder has it, fires it to home. Smurf has it, throws it to first. Kind of a wide throw, but a good grab by Olsen as he makes the stretch, and there's quickly 2 away. Huge double play. Good defensive play by Elder, and a good stretch by Olsen to keep the force in play. Wasn't a terrible throw by Smurf. It was just a little high and wide. But when you got a first baseman who's 9 feet tall, it helps. So 2 on, 2 out. You still have runners at second and third, so we're not out of the fray yet, but there are 2 outs. But the top of the order is at the plate. First pitch to Beck, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Beck grounded out his first time up. Standing on deck is Estrada. The 1-0 brings it. 91 below the knees. Called for a strike. That might be a makeup pitch. It's 1-1. Same area, but much lower and off the plate as the one we didn't get the strike call. 1-1 count. Elder comes set. Tried to get and chase that slider again. It's 2-1. Feel like that pitch is much more effective when you have a 1-2 or 0-2 count on somebody. The 2-1, just below the knees. Same spot, this time didn't get the call. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. On deck is Estrada. You do have a base open, so you don't have to lay one in there. The pitch, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. Really felt like they were pitching around Jordan Beck to get to Estrada. And that's what they'll get. The bases are loaded. Still seems like a perfect time for Kranitz to go out there and talk to Elder. At least give him a breather. He's sitting at 38 pitches, and we're just here in the second inning with 2 outs. But nothing coming from the dugout. First pitch on the way, swing, swats it foul down the line. It's 0-1. Infield is back and to the left with the right-handed bat of Estrada. And this could really spiral out of control because you got the bases loaded and their best hitter, Goodman, standing on deck. The man that went yard in the hole. The 0-1. 92 off the plate, nibbling. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Elder with just 1 strikeout, 4 hits allowed. The 1-1. Swing hits it up the middle, but Ozzy's right there. He'll flip it to Olsen, and wipe the brow, baby. We got out of that jam. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm trying to stay out of trouble, but trouble just find the out of me. Trouble just find the out of me.
So look, right? Every time I post on Twitter that I'm a man that pays all the bills, which I don't do too often, I ain't gonna lie, because I ain't trying to attract the wrong type of woman. But every time I post about it, there's always women that ask, how do I get me a man that will do this? So ladies, today I'm here to tell you how you can get yourself a man that will pay all the bills. You can't! Well, like, look, not you. Probably you, like, that y'all bitches be posting. See, this is where y'all girls mess up at. Every time I post that and y'all be like, oh my God, how do I get me one of these? You ain't ever gonna get that. Because you ain't looking for a man, you looking for help. And if you looking in my direction for that,
Get somebody else to do it.
with the way y'all be begging on the internet, I don't know if y'all are online panhandling. Y'all go talk, oh my God, my bills, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do that? Like, bro, every time I see y'all come across my timeline, I'll be like, right, we all got bills to pay.
Hey, I want to learn how to bait a hook so that way I can catch fish.
Nice. I mean, you got to be a beginner baiter at some point.
What? No, I don't want to be a beginner baiter. I want to be a master baiter.
That's not what it's called.
Yeah, it is, and I'll prove it to you. Siri, show me how to master bait.
No, don't Google that.
Oh my God!
Either I'm going to be quiet or I'm going to take it too far. There really is no in between.
Even when Bob Gibson broke his leg in July, the Cardinals didn't miss a beat.
The guy that took over for him was Nelson Briles. He was 10-0. Can you imagine a guy taking over for Gibson and going 10-0? And we ripped Gibson to no end, man. You're going to be another Wally Pipp. You'll never get back to the starting rotation.
But Gibson would have the last laugh as he would come back to pitch some of the best baseball of his career and lead the Cards to one of the most exciting finishes in franchise history.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ozzy Albies is your batter. If you caught the top of the show, first pitch on the way, 94 outside wide. It's 1-0. You know that Ozzy has very good numbers against tonight's starting pitcher. The 1-0. 94 below the knees, called for a low strike. Bad call once again by McKay. It's 1-1. Ozzy 6 for 14 with 2 home runs against Marquez as he takes the 1-1, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty lefty. Here's the pitch. Swing and a missed strike 3. Got him right up in his kitchen. 95 miles an hour. And there's one away. One down. And that'll bring up Sean Murphy. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. Didn't get to it in the first inning. The defensive alignment for the Rockies in the outfield as the first pitch on the way swung on, dribbled up the middle. That's got eyes. That's going to get through for a base hit. Not the most hard hit ball, but hard enough to get in between the 4-6 hole. And your Atlanta Braves have 1 on and 1 out.
Smurf is me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Hard chopper. Bounced about 4 or 5 times before it got through the infield. But the way the defense was set, it was put in the perfect spot. Michael Harris, the second, your batter. He's batting 8th tonight. First pitch on the way. 95 up top. Misses high. It's 1-0. Back to the defensive alignment. It's Beck, Doyle, and Moniak in the outfield. In the infield is McMahon, Arcia, Estrada, and Hiura around the horn. Goodman is behind home plate. The 1-0. Swing. Pops it up. Behind on that one. It's going to be a lazy fly ball out into left field. 2 down. So quickly 2 down. And that'll bring Nick Allen up. Nick Allen He's batting .234 on the year. He is 1 for 3 lifetime versus Marquez with 2 RBI. First pitch on the way to Allen is high and inside. It's 1-0. 1-0. Remember something about Bryce Elder. Remember he had the tough first inning in Colorado versus this Rocky bunch, gave up 3 runs. It's the 1-0, high and inside, 2-0. He gave up that 3-run home run and then cruised the rest of the way. Hopefully he'll get things under control in the next inning and let the Braves offense do its work. The 2-0 to Allen. Righty. Pitch, swing, fouls it back, 2-1. Now that's the type of pitch right there. If I'm Tim Heyer, I'm talking to Allen and saying, you don't have pop. A high fastball with two balls and no strikes, don't swing at the damn thing. The best thing you're going to do is hit a lazy fly ball to the outfield. The 2-1 slices that one down the line, 2-2. The 2-2 count. Deuce is wild. A 2-2 count here in the bottom of the second with 2 outs. The Braves trail 2-1. Standing on deck is Acuna, but Allen's got to get aboard. The 2-2 swing, slices it towards right, and lazy fly ball into right field. And that'll end the inning. Moniak will make the catch. F9 in your scorecard. Braves put one on, but can't do a thing with it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
People ask me why I don't want any more kids. They ask me, which one was the hardest one? Which one was it? My mother-in-law's kid was the hardest one.
Can minimalism just die already? I'm trying to buy a computer desk, and I'm not a 70-year-old divorce attorney or the judge from my cousin Vinny, so my only other options are a piece of wood with 2 pin legs. And this is every piece of furniture made these days. What happened to storage? I got to hide. I got skeletons in these closets. Doesn't anyone else miss when furniture could cover up how chaotic your life was? One of the greatest presidents in United States history was able to hide the fact that he was in a wheelchair thanks to the back of a desk. Not to mention all the other great things presidents were able to achieve thanks to not being able to see what was behind a desk.
Super marriage tip. When your wife is angry and starts to raise her voice at you, just tell her to calm down. She will come to her senses, realize she should not be angry, and calm right down.
In baseball, you can't always explain why you feel the way you do about certain players.
From the New York Yankees, number 23, Don Mattingly.
I think it's probably very hard to think of baseball in the 1980s where he isn't the face of it.
He's as good a player as I have ever seen in my career. Anytime Donnie get to the plate, the pitchers were like, oh, God, not him again.
You saw a person who turned himself into as great a first baseman as there was in that era.
Well, one of the reasons I won 2 Gold Gloves in New York was because of Don Mattingly.
That's why he is a Gold Glove first baseman.
We just called him Donnie Baseball because he was what baseball personified. The way he carried himself, the way he comported himself.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
It just seemed perfect. I mean, the whole package, the eye black.
Players suck. They're entitled.
Welcome back. Bryce Elder goes back to work. Trailing 2-1 here in the top of the third. The first pitch on the way is swung on. Hit hard to center. Excuse me. But right at Michael Harris, F8 in your scorecard. McMahon, the batter, righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Four-seam in the dirt is 1-0. The 1-0. McMahon, 2-run home run his first time up. The pitch. Slider at the knees. Maybe a touch below the knees. We'll take it. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. 82 misses outside, 2-1. McMahon batting .219, 9 home runs. The 2-1 well inside, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Pitch from Elder. Swing, rips it into right. That's down for a base hit. That's probably extra bases. Acuna gets to it quickly, fires it into the infield. High throw, but he is there safely with a 1-out double. That ball was, on a line from Acuna in the corner from deep right field. That was a lot closer than it should have been because McMahon did not slide. He just kind of Cadillac into second base, and when Ozzie leaped to the top of his jump to grab the ball and went to apply the tag, he didn't miss him by much. Doyle, the batter, righty-righty. First pitch on the way is a sinker. Off the plate, it's 1-0. Elder, when he was pitched so well against the Giants last time out, he was getting all those calls. He was also getting most of the plate. The 1-0, nowhere near the zone, 2-0. You could make an argument that first pitch was in the zone. It, according to pitch tracks, it hit the edge. But I don't have as much problem with that blown call as some of the others tonight. The 2-0 to Doyle, batting .207, 5 home runs. Elder spins, looks the runner back to second. Nobody's over there to cover the bag, but it will count as a move. Boston leads New York 1-0 in the bottom of the third. The 2-0 swing. That ball swatted towards left. Coming over, making the running catch is Verdugo. That ball was hammered, but Verdugo got over there just in time. 2 down. That was a hanger in the zone. Looked like it was the hanging sinker. Whether it was the sinker or slider, that thing got way too much up into the zone. It was right about letter high, and he belted it. Thankfully, did not get underneath that. That'll bring Moniak to the plate, righty-lefty. He's 1 for 1 on the day. First pitch. Changeup misses off the plate. It's 1-0. Elder really struggling today. Just does not have his best stuff. He's got to find a way to fight through it. The 1-0. Changeup misses, 2-0. There's going to be days where you just don't have your best stuff. Got to find a way to get through 5 and keep your team in it. The 2-0 count, nowhere near the zone, 3-0. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. Moniak batting .232 with 7 home runs, 18 RBI. The pitch, way outside, wide ball 4. They might have been pitching around him with Arcia on deck, but nonetheless, we all know that if Arcia does get lucky and get into one, he still has the power to drive it. So 2 on, 2 out. Runners at first and second. The infield will be back and to the left. Anything that gets shot down the right field line, the first base side, it's going to be wide open where they have Olsen stationed. First pitch on the way, swung on, chopper back towards the mound. It's Elder there, and he'll flip it to first, and he'll dance out of danger one more time. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the order. Feels like we're going to need some runs tonight. Let's get them now, early and often.
You know what? I blame Barney for making me believe that if I love you, you'll love me. Because that's not how it works, you stupid purple mother.
I want you to put the word out that my Atlanta Falcons are very much back. We are back, baby. We are back. NFC title contenders, best believe it. Let's go.
Brittany Griner wants a paternity test because she don't believe she is the father of her wife's child. Free Brittany again.
I mean, how can you argue with that? My bet would be with her.
Why is it drinking 8 cups of water almost seems impossible, but 8 beers? Hell, that's almost getting started.
The f***ing Americans are getting up to some absolute shenanigans at the LA County Fair. The food is some of the most disgusting footage I've ever witnessed. Well done, America. You should be proud. What other nation could possibly bring us the triple donut cheeseburger? I love how not only is it a donut burger, it has 3 burgers in it. They were going to go with 2, but they didn't want to be starving people. And the Americans need the energy, so they can walk over and buy a cereal burger. Pickle lemonade. Nobody asked. America delivered. But there were also healthy options. Oh, no, never mind.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is a knuckle curve that sawed off foul out of play. It's 0-1. Acuna doubled into the right center field gap his first time up, the 0-1. High and inside, trying to bust him off the plate. It's 1-1. Acuna batting .362 now with an 1110 OPS, the 1-1. Knuckle curve down and away, 2-1. 2-1 count. Top of the order due up. Verdugo's on deck. Riley in the hole. The 2-1 pitch. Chase a knuckle curve nowhere near the zone. Bad swing by Acuna, and he knows it. It's 2-2. Acuna's going to take his time out real quick as Marquez was taking his time to bring it to the plate. Acuna's now ready. The 2-2. Kind of peppered it towards the first base dugout, a knuckle curve that was out of the zone. We'll do it once again. Infield back and to the left. Outfield straight away and deep. The 2-2. Down and away, 3-2. So a full count. I don't know why Acuna challenged the call. He was already didn't go around, and he went down to check down the first base umpire, the 3-2. Swing! That ball's hammered into right field. It's through for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for your Atlanta Braves and Ronald Acuna Jr. Let's go.
Bravo. Bravo.
So 2 for 2 to start off the evening. That'll bring Verdugo, who's 1 for 1. Knuckle curve on the outer edge. It's 0-1. He's thrown that pitch quite a bit tonight. The 0-1. Righty, lefty. Pitch down below the knees, 95 inside. 1-1. They were set up on the outer edge. Crossed up Goodman. He had to backhand it. Think if he's set up there, he probably gets the call. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. Verdugo singled his first time up. One run in the game for the Braves, it was Acuna, driven in by Olsen by a sac fly. The 2-1 brings it. Outside wide, 3-1. 3-1 count. Righty-lefty. The pitch for Marquez. High and out of the zone, ball 4. So Doogie will head on down to first. Acuna up to second. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. That pitch looked like it hit the top of the zone. It did after looking at the replay. That's one of those ones if you had the challenge of the robo-ump this year, Colorado would have challenged that one. Austin Riley, your batter. Righty, first pitch on the way. 89 up top. Same spot as that last pitch. This time it's a strike. Goodman said something to home plate umpire Alex McKay when he got back behind the plate. Hopefully he made him mad. The 1-1 swing, fouls it back. It's 0-2. Riley struck out swinging his first time up. Braves have runners on first and second, nobody out. Riley digging in. The 0-2. They've been going to the knuckle curve a lot with that one. The 0-2. Up high. Misses just by a touch. 1-2. Brave take by Riley. That's the same exact spot they just called a strike. In fact, on the pitch track, the two balls are sitting on top of each other. The 1-2 to Riley. Swing. Knuckle curve. Fouled down the first base line. Plenty foul into the stands. Marquez is at 50 pitches. Yeah, Rob, if I'm Riley, I'm not taking that pitch if I get it again. The 1-2. Swing. Chops it foul off the plate. Stay alive. It bangs down the third base side. We'll do it again. Clean this screen up for you real quick. So a 1-2 count. First and second, nobody out. The pitch for Marquez. Brings it. Knuckle curve in the dirt. Alan Porter called that a strike. Said he went around. I don't know about that one. I'd have to see a side view. I know Alan Porter has always been very... maybe. That's a big maybe. Nonetheless, it's one out. Runners at first and second. Alan Porter is always, much like Phil Cousy, always very quick to call the go-around strike. First pitch on the way to Olsen. He's going to bang into a double play. It's going to be a 1-6-3 inning-ending double play. Very first pitch bangs it into the dirt. We'll be back in a flash. Just ruined an entire rally here in Braves country.
Why do Americans not use an electric kettle?
I'll tell you why Americans don't use an electric kettle. Wait, can I say this as a British person? Because they're too busy throwing the tea in the arbour.
And pedicure?
Yeah, the boys get pedicure.
Not this boy. Not this one right here.
Dang. So I'm inviting you on a date, but we could go get our feet done. And you turn it down?
No, Ma, look. You know listen, you know I love spending time with you, right? I do. And you know I love spending time with you, right?
Okay.
So, and you know I would never turn down a free opportunity to spend with my mama, but a pedicure? Like, they got arcades. We could go to an arcade to see a movie.
But no, I'm not understanding what's wrong with you and your feet.
Why would I get my feet touched by another person?
Hey.
I barely touch my own feet.
Hey, I met Chicken Guy, and I met Guy Fieri's place, or Fieri. You know, it depends on how you spell it and how you say it. But swear to God, 2 chicken sandwiches, 2 waters, $70. This guy. Oh, by the way, you want sauces on your thing? They're $1 a piece. You, Guy.
It was unreal. It was just happening.
All of a sudden, after the All-Star game, we won 10 in a row. So that was like a miracle. That's when we knew we really had a chance to really win this thing.
Suddenly, Boston found themselves in the middle of a pennant race, one for the ages, with 4 teams vying for the American League flag. Boston, Chicago, Detroit, and the Minnesota Twins.
We had radios going on in the locker rooms trying to pick up games of which team is doing what. Boy, there was a lot of scoreboard watching going on during the course of the season.
Bryce Elder goes back to work, trailing by 1. We go to the top of the 4th. Still a long way to go in this one. First pitch on the way. Swung on and sizzled back to the backstop by Hiura, the number 8 hitter. It's 0-1. Hiura was hit by a pitch his first time up. Back in the second inning when Elder was able to get out of dodge. And did he hit him again? He hit the worst player on the planet again. Sinker goes inside, gets him on the hip, and it's a leadoff base runner for the Colorado Rockies. Good night, Irene. Barely clips him, but Hiura, I mean, you got to know Hiura's not going to try to get out of the way of any pitch. He's terrible. He kind of spun and stuck his hip out there hoping for contact. Freeman, the batter now. He's going to show bunt. Why not? First pitch on the way. Slider down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops it up. Back behind home plate. 1-1. On the play, Hiura did take off. He'll retreat back to first. Smurf and company got to keep that in mind now. They're trying to create something there at the bottom of the order with a 1-run lead. 1-1 count. Slider in the dirt, 2-1. They have a well-rested bullpen coming off of the off day yesterday. You wonder how long they'll keep Elder in the game. This is not a game you are willing to lose and just, as Snicker says, doesn't want to chase a victory. The 2-1 in the dirt, 3-1. He is nowhere near the zone. They're only through 3 innings as far as pitching. So we sit here in the 4th with no outs. So you'd like to get at least one more inning out of him, the 3-1, ball 4. So to start the top of the 4th inning, Bryce Elder puts the first 2 guys on board, and if that's not bad enough, it's the 2 worst players on the team. They're hitting 8 and 9. They're hitting below Orlando Arcia. Rick Kranitz was walking up like he was going to go talk to him. Instead, they're just going to send Smurf back out there again. That's the definition of I got nothing. I don't know, man. You go try to talk to him. I mean, he is all over the place. He's thrown 62 pitches, half of them balls. Realize 5 of those so-called strikes are base hits. So top of the order, Beck the batter. As Elder's spinning out of control. First pitch on the way, in the dirt, 1-0. Nothing going on in the Braves dugout. Still standing there waiting for, I guess, a miracle at this point. The 1-0. 2-0. Sinker in the dirt. But getting dangerously close to walking the bases loaded with nobody out. Guess they'll wait for that before they do anything. The 2-0 from Elder. Hangs a slider. Thankfully, he took it. It's 2-1. Braves trail just 2-1. double play would be huge here. It's going to be difficult with Beck. He's got good speed. The 2-1. Swing, pops it back. Foul. 2-2. Elder has walked 3, hit 2 batters, and struck out just 1. Looks like Aaron Bummer's warming up in the Braves bullpen. The 2-2. Swing and a missed strike 3. He must have had a hole in his bat. It looked like he was about to crack that one away. Must have just went under his bat. In fact, he looked back at it to see where it went. Whew! Dodged that bullet. He had it timed up. He was just on the wrong plane. That'll bring Estrada to the plate, who's 0 for 2. First pitch on the way. P at the knees. A little bit below the knees, but we got the strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Elder, 68 pitches in. Swing, hits it up the middle, and diving attempt by Allen. Poor choice to try to go to second. The runner will be safe by a mile. I think he had a much better chance of getting Estrada going to first, but you never know. And all the runners are safe. It'll be an infield single. The way they had the defense positioned, it was all Allen could do to get to it. Close play, but I'm pretty sure he beat it. It looked like he just got him. Yeah, he's safe. So bases loaded, 1 out. Victim of the shift on that one. Hunter Goodman. Swing, rips it into left field. That'll score at least 1 run. It's 3-1 Colorado. Here comes the throw into the infield. And they'll just go station to station. All smiles all around the Rockies as they lead it 3-1. And Bryce Elder's getting pelted. So base is still loaded, 1 out, and Snicker is just going to go to Bummer. He's had enough. We'll be back in a flash. McMahon will come in to bat. He's already got 1 dinger. We'll see what he's got dialed up here on Braves Country. On this date in 1905, New York Giants hurler Christy Mathewson, who in 1901 became the first rookie in the modern era to throw a no-no, pitches his second career no-hitter, beating the Chicago Orphans on the West Side grounds 1-0. The Christian Gentleman and Three Fingers Brown match hitless innings until the top of the 9th, when New York reaches the future Hall of Famer for 2 hits and the victory. More from the Christian Gentleman on this date in 1912 in the top of the 9th inning with no outs at New York's Polo Grounds. Christy Mathewson strands a runner on third base to record his 300th victory when the New York Giants edged the Chicago Cubs 3-2. During his 17-year Major League career, Big Six will compile a 373 win mark versus just 188 losses. And on this date in 1921, Babe Ruth pitches the first 5 innings and hits 2 home runs in the Yankees' 11-8 victory over the Detroit Tigers at the Polo Grounds. The Bambino will break his Major League record this year, going deep 59 times, but it is the only time he will be the starting pitcher for the Bronx Bombers in 1921. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. Welcome back. Aaron Bummer set to face the left-handed McMahon, who's 2 for 2 with a home run. First pitch on the way is a sweeper. Off the plate, it's 1-0. So So Bryce Elder threw 70 pitches in 3 1/3 inning, gave up 7 hits. The 1-0 misses high. 2-0. Gave up 7 hits, struck out only 2, walked 3, hit 2, and he's responsible for all 3 men on the base. The 2-0 right there at the knees, 2-1. His ERA goes up to 4.3, but that's only if Aaron Bummer can get out of this unscathed. The 2-1. They set up outside. Swing rips it into right field. He will not. That ball goes through into Acuna. 1 run will score, and they're playing station to station. Why not? It's 4-1 Colorado, and the Braves still spinning out of control. Pitch got way too much of the plate. That'll bring Doyle to the plate. But to be fair to Bummer, he inherited a hot mess when he came in. So 4-1 your score. Doyle from the right side takes the first pitch swinging, and Riley tags the bag, and now he's got the runner in a rundown. I believe that's a double play. Riley believes he tagged the bag, which is why he ran down the runner. We'll have to see if that's what the call is. But he believes that he stepped on the bag. Either that, if he didn't step on the bag, then I don't understand why he ran the runner down, because you would just throw it down to home. His foot was close to the bag, but I haven't seen a good view to see if he actually touched the bag. Here we go. Bending over. Look, well, it's still not a great look. It looked like he touched the bag. If he didn't, you barely could slide an envelope in between his foot and the base. Here's another side view. Still not a great view because it's behind the base. And I don't know if they're going to have a camera on the other side. That's what you would need to see. Riley believes he touched the base, but that doesn't mean a whole hill of beans. And I don't think the Braves are going to be able to challenge it, simply because they'll never get it overturned. Whatever they called on the field is probably what they're going to get. Snicker goes out there to talk to the crew chief, Alan Porter, the first base umpire. They may be challenging it, but I just don't know how you're going to overturn it. Porter is going over and talking to Rockies manager, interim manager, Warren Schaefer. And I'm not quite sure see what Porter's saying here, because he's it looks like that Porter is saying that the call was a fair ball, but the runner from third is out to home plate. Atlanta is challenging that Riley stepped on the base. Wait, we might have gotten a better view here that second time. It does, honestly, by logic, it looks like he hit the base. I just don't know if there's going to be enough to overturn it. But it looks like his right foot is angled and touching the base. It looked like, honestly, right there that was a double play. It looked like that Riley, see what it is. Alan Porter's coming in, and he's making the call. And he's going to say that the runner is out, and we got out of the inning. Great play by Austin Riley. Took a while to clean that up, but we'll take it. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trailed 4-1, but it could have been a lot worse. Ozuna leads us off when we return.
I did not mean to push all of your buttons. I was just looking for the mute.
What's the most overrated dog breed?
Frenchies.
What's the most overrated dog breed?
Overrated? Doodle.
Aaron, most overrated dog breed?
Overrated?
Yes.
French Bulldog.
Most overrated dog breed?
Overrated? Golden Doodles.
All right, what's the most overrated dog breed?
Any doodle, ever. Any doodle.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying you and your girlfriend's an idiot. Today you just lectured for an hour. You just gave me a whole big story on how there's a gender pay gap and women get paid less than men. It's proven all over the planet. Yesterday, you and your same girlfriends told me for 2 hours how there's no such thing as gender, how everything's fluid. There's no such thing as gender. So now there's no such thing as gender yesterday, but today there's a gender pay gap. So if there's no such thing as gender, then the reason you're getting paid less is what? Because you're stupid? Because if you tell me you're getting paid less because you're a woman, I'm going to refer you to yesterday's discussion where there was no thing as gender. Pick one and stick to it. You hypocrites, every one of you.
Right in the thick of it were the 65 AL pennant winners, powered by their leader, Harmon Killebrew.
He just put us on his back and just carried us. We needed those big blasts coming off of his bat.
And in Detroit, the Tigers were on a roll.
It may be a triple play.
While in Chicago, the pitchers for the first place White Sox were getting stronger. And to stay in the race, Boston needed Lonborg, Yaz, and Tony C to stay hot.
High fly ball to left field. Will Willie have room? He don't. Into the netting for a home
run. Marcell Ozuna leads us off. We're trailing 4-1. First pitch on the way is a knuckle curve right across the chest for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Marquez has danced out of danger, giving up just the 1 run through 3 innings. The 0-1 swung on, foul back. It's 0-2. Ozuna struck out his first time up. Marquez giving up 4 hits of his own, the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ozuna, for whatever reason, does not see him well. 1 away. One down. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Chases one down below the knees. Slaps it back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and away. 1-1. Happy birthday once again, James. 1-1 count. All I want for your birthday is for the Braves to come back and win this sucker. The 1-1's fouled back. It's 1-2. One-two count. Standing on deck, Sean Murphy, as Ozzie goes over to spray his bat. Looks like he lost the grip of it on the last swing. The 1-2, they set up high. Swing. Lifts that 95-mile-an-hour fastball high and out of the seats. Do it again, 1-2. One-two count. Inside, almost gets him. 2-2. Good to see JC and the GOAT. Didn't see y'all earlier. Iron Lung, good to see you. SS Dub, the 2-2 pitch. Swing, just got a piece of that. Just fell out of the glove of Goodman. AY, good to see you. And in all the luck we can get here, Braves trailing 4-1. And they've had ducks all over the pond all game long. They just haven't come through. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Knuckle curve got him fishing. 2 down. Conversely, the Rockies have put 4 on the board, and it feels like they could have 9 by now. So we can get back into this one, and the Rockies bullpen's one of the worst in all of baseball. The first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is that knuckle curve inside. It's all wrong. That seems like a pitch with Murphy with his swing zone that if he hangs another one, he might smoke it. The 0-1 slices it towards right field. That'll at least dump into right field for a base hit, and the Smurf is 2 for 2. Good piece of hitting by the Smurf.
Me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Don't try to fool me.
It's a sinker on the inner cut that he fisted to right field. Kind of an inside-out swing. And the Braves have a runner at first with 2 outs. And Michael Harris II comes to the plate. First pitch, 95 up top. About letter high. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Brings it. Swings at a knuckle curve below the dirt. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. Michael Harris batting just .233 on the year, 5 home runs. The 0-2. Swing, chops it in between home and first. So an 0-2 count. Thank you for the contribution, James. The 0-2 to Michael. 69th pitch of the night. Shoo. Chase went in the dirt and was able to pepper it off the plate. That ball bounced and then he hit it like a cricket shot, but he just got enough of it to stay alive. The 0-2 to Michael. Marquez comes set, brings it. In the dirt, another one. This time Harris laid off of it, 1-2. Can't say I blame Marquez. I mean, keep throwing that thing if he's going to swing at it. And with Smurf at first base, there's no threat of a steal. That pitch there bounced about a 55-footer. Bounced a good 3 to 5 feet in front of home plate. The 1-2. Swing, broken bat over to second, and that's going to end the inning. 4-3 put out. Harris goes down once again. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the 5th we go, trailing 4-1.
Hello, I'm Charles Daniels. For years, we've been taking you to villages like this and showing you the heartbreak of families whose only mistake was being born poor. They need your help. And for only
$2.99
a month, you can provide
the Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
Ask for more. Sorry? Ask for more money. Why are you starting so low?
Don't get greedy. Ask for $2.99.
As you can see, these villagers are desperate for your help, so don't hesitate. Dial the number and send over
$2.99
a month. That's all we need. Start higher. I know, right?
$2.99
A month may not sound like a lot, but it can mean so much to
Braves Country Radio.
It's not even a round number. I'm just saying, why not start at
$2.99
a month? That's all these people need to survive. And they'd be so lucky and appreciative to get it. So for the price of a cup of coffee.
What you talking about? All they need to send is the bare minimum to keep us alive.
How you gonna save our lives with only 39 cents? Because I'm trying to do the math in my head, but I just can't see it.
$2.99
This is plenty.
He keeps saying
$2.99
Why you keep saying
For the price of a cup of coffee.
why it can't be the price of an Arizona iced tea?
Because it's not the price of an Arizona, it's gotta be coffee.
It don't though.
Plus, coffee is way more expensive than
$2.99
You know, for a starving village, you people have a lot of energy.
Hey, how much was that coffee?
It doesn't matter.
I bet you don't even know what country you in.
I do know what country I'm in.
What country you at? What country you at?
Braves Country Radio.
Hey, if you want to see this cheap-ass white man again, you better send us
$2.99
cash right now. Don't hesitate.
Welcome back. We are heading to the fifth inning. Braves trail 4-1. Aaron Bummer back to work. First pitch on the way. 92 up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Still a long way to go in this one, but you'd like to keep the Rockies where they're at. The 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. Bottom of the fifth, you'll have Nick Allen and then the top of the order due up. It'll be the third time through the lineup facing Marquez, so you figure there's a chance we're going to get to him. The 1-1 swing rips it into center field. Harris is over there to make the play, but it's a leadoff single for the Rockies once again. Rockies have had ducks on the pond early and often. That is their 9th hit of the day. And that's it. Snicker's going to go to the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. It's a bullpen game now, and Pierce Johnson's coming out of the pen. On this date, 1915, at the Polo Grounds, in the Yankees' 10-9 victory over the Chicago White Sox, Ray Caldwell, batting left-handed, becomes the first major leaguer to hit a home run in consecutive pinch hit appearances. The New York right-hander, an eventual 19-game winner, hit the first of his 2 round trippers against Chicago as a pinch hitter the day before. On this date, 1938, in the first of his 2 consecutive no-hitters, Johnny Vandermeer keeps the Boston Bees hitless in Cincinnati's 3-0 victory at Crosley Field. The Red Southpaw continues his no-no streak 4 days later by beating the Brooklyn Dodgers 6-0 without giving up a hit in the first night game in Brooklyn. On this date, 1989, Dwight Evans plays in his 2,293rd game wearing a Boston Red Sox uniform, surpassing Ted Williams' total to become second on the all-time list for games played with the team. Carl Yastrzemski holds the franchise mark, playing in 3,308 contests before he retired in 1983. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. Welcome back. Pierce Johnson come in to try to thwart this attempt of the Rockies. Atlanta trails 4-1. We're only here in the 5th inning. There's a runner at first and nobody out. Righty-righty matchup versus Orlando Arcia. First pitch on the way. Swing. Chops it up the middle. And Ozzie has it. He was basically standing right there. I guess the runner was moving, and Ozzie was standing at second waiting for the ground ball, so it's going to be a 4-3 double play. Arcia with the runner over there, Moniak, who's got good speed. He was running on the first pitch expecting a curveball, which is what he got. First pitch on the way to Hiora. He's been hit by a pitch twice. Takes the first pitch from PJ. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and lifted towards right field, and I don't know how that got past Ozzy's glove. He was extended, full extension, and the ball barely doinked into right field, and they kind of had a weird kick with a lot of English on it. Acuna's got it. There's 1 on and 2 out. This is the definition of Hiura tonight. You'd rather be lucky than good. If Ozzy's standing anywhere else in the infield, that's going to be an easy line drive, soft catch. He also got aboard by 2 hit by pitches. Neither one of them were really hard hit by pitches. First pitch of the number 9 hitter, Freeman. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 righty-righty matchup. Swing. Slices it down the right field line. It's 1-1. Freeman, who's 0 for 1, grounded into a double play his first time up. The 1-1 swung on. That ball's going to get dribbled through the infield against the shift, and it's another shift hit. And they've got runners on first and second, 2 outs. Neither one of those balls hit hard at all. 2 seeing-eye singles. And the top of the order now coming to the plate. The 11th hit for the Rockies. Jordan Beck coming to the dish, who has walked, struck out, and grounded back to the pitcher. First pitch on the way. Curveball up top. Should have been called a strike, but a missed call by home plate umpire Alex McKay. It's 1-0. Infield once again playing back into the left. The 1-0. Swing, slices it foul. 1-1. We'll go ahead and change the view for you. Standing on deck is Estrada. Goodman in the hole, but there is 2 outs. Jordan Beck batting .263 on the year. The 1-1 from PJ. Swing, fouls it back. 1-2. And they've made a lot of excuses. I don't know how you could lose the series to the Colorado Rockies at home and keep your job after this, the way this season has started. 1-2 count. Misses high. 2-2. Sticker plays with the stacked deck because he has the media in Atlanta that he's not aggressive. They do not ask tough questions. The 2-2. Swing, chops it foul again. We'll do it again. Deuces wild, top of the 5th. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. Here's Johnson trying to get his way through this inning. PJ lifts the red glove. Brings it. Nowhere near the zone, ball 3. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. So the runners will be on the go. Payoff pitch. Runners go. Swing. Just gets enough of it to dribble it foul. And something that gets lost in all this, I mean, the Braves have a top 7 payroll in all of baseball. It's not like that they cut corners. The payoff pitch. PJ spins around trying to get the runners going a little early. But Hiura darts back to second. Ozzie really not playing close enough to the bag to really do anything there. Payoff pitch once again. Swing. Got a piece of it. Slaps it back foul towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. PJ trying to keep it right where it is. The 3-2 to Beck. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the snapping curveball at the knees, and that'll end the inning. Big sigh of relief once again, but the Braves got to start scoring runs, or this will just be like horseshoes and hand grenades.
The only reason I'm even making this video today is to show y'all that the ass is poking. I must have walked by and almost knocked the damn pictures off the wall.
Dad, I don't know why you're carrying on this way. We are, after all, talking about a broken down chair. If you don't like this chair, I'll get you another one. Any chair you want. Really? All right, I'll tell you what chair I want. I want the chair I was sitting in when I watched Neil Armstrong take his first step on the moon. And when the U.S. hockey team beat the Russians in the '80 Olympics. I want the chair I was sitting in the night you called me to tell me I had a grandson. I want the chair I was in all those nights when your mother used to wake me up with a kiss after I'd fallen asleep in front of the television. You know, I still fall asleep in it. And every once in a while, when I wake up, I still expect your mother to be there ready to lead me off to bed. Oh, never mind. It's only a chair.
But I'm tired of this pandering. You know, you can say
it works.
It works because these people don't know how the country works, and it affects them later in life when they realize when they maybe do get a job and maybe they are working or trying to contribute to society, not living off the system for their entire lives. Then later they go, well, why is inflation so high? Why are interest rates so high? You voted for it, you morons. You're easily fooled. You don't even have to be a good magician to put on a show for these people.
Tony C was having a nice, solid Tony C year, 20 home runs and 67 runs batted in on the evening of August 18th, 1967.
But on that night, Tony C's career would be changed forever by one fateful pitch.
Anyone who's ever been in a ballpark when there's a beating knows the deathly silence. And this, of course, was something that was even more acute because it was Tony C.
I was on deck when Tony got hit, and I'll tell you, the sound of the ball hitting him, I saw his cheek just blow, just like you're blowing up a balloon.
The concern was great that, you know, was he going to lose his vision? And a lot of people just prayed and hoped that he could come back.
Tony wasn't coming back in '67, and his career was in jeopardy.
Nick Allen will lead us off. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Still 5 frames to get back in this game. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing. Lifts it high and deep into left field. Going back on the track. Warning track power for out number 1. I think that's about as far as Nick Allen can hit a ball. Just before the warning track, Beck got right in front of it to make the catch. Ronald Acuna Jr., the batter. First pitch on the way, 94 inside, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Down and in. 1-1. 1-1 count. Time is called. The pitch to Acuna. Swing, pops it into right center field. Will that get down? That is going to get down. Diving attempt by the center fielder, Doyle, but Acuna with another single. Kind of a blooper, a Texas leaguer, but he's 3 for 3 on the day. How about that?
Bravo!
First pitch on the way to Verdugo is a sinker right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Inside. 1-1. Verdugo 1 for 1 with the single and a walk. Pitch on the way. Nowhere near the zone. Knuckle curve misses outside wide. 2-1. 2-1 count. Acuna at first. Pitch. Swing. Fouls it straight back. 2-2. Braves trail by 3. Tying run is on deck. The 2-2. In the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. 3-2. So a full count now to Verdugo. Austin Riley has been very quiet tonight. Stands on deck. Matt Olson in the hole. Verdugo looks in. The infield is back into the right. So anything down the left field line. Huge hold. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Acuna will steal his first base of the day, though. First base of the year, excuse me. He's a swing and a miss into the dirt. But Acuna does get second base and into scoring position. Arcia was trying to shove his arm off the base. The hand was in the middle of the base, and he was using his glove to shove him off the base, which is not legal. Second base umpire Jim Wolf made the right call. First pitch to Riley, high and inside. It's 1-0. Very reminiscent of the Twins and Braves. What was that, the 91 series? Is that Herbeck or was that Gaetti? I always got those two confused. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. 2-0 count. Yes, Iron Lung, like we said, is the first stolen base of the year for Acuna. Hasn't even really attempted anything, hasn't? He's gone a couple of times on pitches that have been fouled off. Acuna motioning into Ozzie at the dugout. I'm not sure what that was about. Marquez back to work. The 2-0 to Riley. Swing, lifts it. High into right center field. Getting over and making the easy catch is Moniak, and that'll end the inning. Riley with another 0 for 3. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 4-1.
Oh, I totally consider myself a people person in my head. In reality, I'm probably more like a coffee person.
No does not mean stop. No means find another way.
This piece of advice comes directly from Dr. Bill Cosby's dating manual.
I believe everything that anyone else has watched Chad play impresses me. The same thing impresses them.
What does it mean to you now when the team is struggling?
I want to kiss you. I couldn't care less about the team struggling.
Grandpa, would you like to take us fishing and tell us life lessons and stories about your childhood?
I got a better idea. Why don't you boys go dig a hole and I'll get another beer.
Someone didn't love you enough when you were little, did they?
Good call.
Ladies, if he doesn't help you with your bags at the airport, that's not your boyfriend, that's your baggage.
Now, let's be honest. There are some players that do not want to be at home plate with the game on the line. George reveled in it, embraced it, loved it, and usually delivered.
I always thought of myself as a clutch player. I think the more nervous I was, the more clutch I was.
Alexander has to come to him in this situation. Wilson at first, nobody out. Well hit to left center. Back goes Mosby, along with Bell. Forget it! Home run Brett! George Brett certainly has no superior and may have no equal as a showcase player in all of baseball. Any second now, he'll be coming out for the curtain call, and there he is.
George willed the Royals to win Game 3.
Ground ball. Well, he's in a slump. It's only a single, and he's 4 for 4.
That was the best game by far I've ever played in my life.
It's popped up, and appropriately it will be Brett. Kansas City wins it.
He'd almost single-handedly won the game and would hit .348 overall in the series.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way is smoked down the third base line off the glove of Riley. See how they call that one. They've been very generous with the calls so far. That ball was hammered pretty hard. Went right through the wicket of Riley. Did hit his glove. I mean, a major league third baseman's got to make that play. Should be. They're calling it a base hit, but it should be yet another error on Riley. Bad play by Riley. First pitch on the way. It's a cutter off the edge, 1-0. And I guarantee if you ask Riley, he'd tell you he should make that play. It was hit hard, but right at him. It was a one hopper. You got to at least knock that thing down, give yourself a chance. The 1-0 flips it over to first. Runner gets back. Goodman standing at the plate. Estrada at first. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, chops it foul, 1-1. Out-of-town scoreboard looks like this. Marlins lead the Nationals 6-2. They are in a rain delay in the fourth. Phillies 5-0 over the Blue Jays in the eighth. Orioles 1-0 over the Angels. They are in the third. Tigers lead the Reds 3-2 in the sixth. The 1-1 from PJ. 96 right down the pipe, 1-2. Red Sox 1-0 over the Yankees in the seventh inning in Fenway. Mets continue to roll 5-1 over the Rays there in the sixth. Rangers 2-0 over the White Sox in the fourth. The 1-2 from Johnson. Swing, pops it back. We'll do it again. Twins and Astros. Houston leads 5-0 in the third. A's and Royals 1-1 in the top of the third. The A's are threatening. Brewers and Cardinals 0-0 in the fourth. Later on tonight is the 1-2. Curveball down below the ankles, 2-2. Later on tonight on Apple TV, it's the Padres at the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Guardians are at the Mariners. Giants are at the Dodgers on MLB Network. That begins at 10:10. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. One away. Earlier today in Wrigley, Pirates outlast the Cubs in 10 innings. 2-1. That was Paul Skeen's day. He just went 5 innings and 5 strikeouts. That'll be it for PJ. They're going to go get Dylan Dodd. We'll be back in a flash. It's a bullpen game for sure here in Braves country.
I feel a little bit attacked right now, TikTok. You know how it says you can choose like where you're at, put your location? Well, I guess based on where I am, it gives me options. Do you know what one of the options is that they gave me? Big Butt Mountain.
It is so hot outside, I almost called my ex so I could be around something shady.
Yesterday, scientists in the United States revealed that beer contains small traces of female hormones. To prove their theory, they fed 100 men 12 pints of beer and observed that 100% of them started talking nonsense and couldn't drive.
But the Red Sox were still in a pennant race, and the burden of carrying the team now fell squarely on the shoulders of Yaz.
Base hit into left. Yastrzemski in on the ball, throwing home. Out at the plate.
He just showed the idea of the game is to win in 15 different ways, and he won games by making great catches.
Yastrzemski making a long run. He makes the catch.
By hitting clutch home runs.
Deep. Let's see. It is in there for a home run, and Yastrzemski in the ninth inning has tied it up.
He hit every kind of pitch. When they tried to pitch around him up high, he tomahawked one out of the ballpark. I mean, he was incredible.
2 runs are coming across. Yastrzemski digs for 3 and triples.
He hustled first to third, second to home, stretched singles to doubles. He was driven.
Yaz was putting up Triple Crown numbers, and in the process, stepped into the spotlight and out of the shadow of the splendid Splinter.
Ted Williams was known just as a hitter, a great hitter. Carl this year has been amazing in all phases of the game. He could beat you with the glove, with the arm, with the legs, and with the bat.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Dodd on to face McMahon, who is 3 for 3 with the bomb. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Dylan Dodd, starter turned reliever. The 1-0 brings it right there. Cutter at the knees. 1-1. 1-1 count. McMahon hit a 441-foot home run his first time up, doubled to right his second time up, and singled his last time up. He's a triple away from the cycle. The 1-1. Cutter misses outside wide. 2-1. Runner at first. 1 out. Estrada, the runner at first. The 2-1. Misses. 3-1. Infield is back into the right. The 3-1 from Dodd. Swing and a miss. Cutter up top. 3-2. Full count from Dodd. Runner at first, the payoff pitch. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So runners on first and second now and 1 out. A double play can get Dodd out of the jam, but McMahon heads to first, Estrada down to second, and Doyle, the number 5 hitter, comes to the plate. Brenton Doyle 0 for 2. Lefty-righty matchup this time, though. First pitch. Cutter at the knees. Floats in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-2. All things considered, it's a miracle the Braves are still in this game. They've squandered many offensive opportunities, and honestly, the way they were peppering the ball around Elder, this could have gotten ugly really early. The 0-2. Dodd looks back, the runner brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Dylan Dodd, high heat, 2 away. He's pretty much gone to the fastball and cutter. When he was a starter, he was throwing several different pitches. But now that they've dumbed it down for him as a reliever, he looks like a different pitcher altogether. Moniak, who's 2 for 2, the left-hander, comes to the plate. Batting .236 on the year. First pitch swinging. dribbles it just past the mound. Ozzy's got it, fires it over to first, and that'll be a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. So a great job by Dylan Dodd getting us out of the jam. We'll be back in a flash. Grab the bats. Middle of the order, due up.
I'm going to start dating for money. I'm not dating for love. Because dating for love has cost me. This is a bad investment.
Shouldn't.
Yeah, you should never. Do you?
Yes.
Nuh-uh. Do you really?
Do you not?
Hell no.
You've never done it?
Ever.
You never wanted to do it?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to.
Maybe you should do it.
Nah.
I think you should fucking
You're
do
bad.
it.
I can already tell you're a horrible influence.
I'm about a damn sucker for a cold beer. It happens all the time. It's 1,050 degrees outside, so I'll get thirsty and I'll say, you know what sounds good? A cold beer. And I'll drink that one, and it's just not quite satisfied. It went down too easy. Or maybe just one more. And then 15 beers later, I'm drunk. And then I'll have me a little nap, and I wake up feeling like my sweat will smell like a brewery. Blood has turned into concrete because I'm so ungodly dehydrated. Chug some water, and I'll have a come-to-Jesus meeting with myself, and I'll say, we're not doing that for a little bit. You have got to pull it together. And that lasts about 5 minutes. Ooh, look, a cold beer. And we're off to the rodeo. If you think I'm just going to have the one, then we do whole hog around these parts. We don't half-ass nothing. Except mowing the yard. I don't do that.
If you ever feel like you just, want to be lazy, or like, for instance, me, my back was hurt, so we're going to get Walmart to deliver. Don't. Y'all done got 11 million text messages from these people talking about, can we substitute this? First, they want to substitute the water. That was fine. Then they text me and want me to substitute Dr. Thunder for Diet Dr. Pepper. Baby, I had Diet Dr. Thunder back in the day. We ain't doing it now. So I sent him a message, y'all. I said, do they have the 6-pack of bottles or the 12-pack of cans? Y'all know what he said to me? I don't know. I didn't look. What the you mean you didn't look? Ain't that your job? Oh, so we're going to Walmart. Adios.
Well, that's it for German Marquez, who has 7 ERA coming in this game. And the Braves let him skate through 5 innings with just 1 run. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson, swung on and lifted into left field. That ball's going to get down and off the wall. It's going to get down with the green grass grows. Here comes Olson into second base, just in time for a leadoff double by the Ice House.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House. Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
Well, maybe the Braves can get to this bullpen. Jake Bird is the right-handed pitcher that has come on. He'll face Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. First pitch on the way. 85. Slider off the edge. It's 0-1. Sure, Ozuna's glad to see anybody but Marquez. The 0-1. Brings it. Another slider, taking it all the way. 0-2. That pitch looked pretty good. Right in his wheelhouse. 0-2 count. Olson at second, nobody out. The pitch. Swing. Chase the curveball in the dirt. 0-2 once again. Fouls it back to the backstop. Infield back into the left. Tying run on deck. The 0-2. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn. Will it stay in play? Looks like Hunter Goodman will give chase. He'll make the catch. Foul territory right next to the on-deck circle. 1 down. 1 down, and Ozzy Albies the batter. Righty-lefty matchup. I'm just convinced that tear in Ozuna's hip is really affecting him. And I don't know if you're going to be able to trade him because of it. You might, but you're not going to get as much as you would have. First pitch to Ozzy, outside wide. It's 1-0. So if the Braves completely fall out of it and they don't trade Ozuna, it may not be from a lack of trying. It may be because they're not really offered anything. The 1-0. Brings it. Outside wide, 2-0. Two-0 count. Braves trail by 3. Olsen at second. The pitch to Ozzie. Just grabs the outer edge. 2-1. Good slider there by Bird. When he has that thing whipping right, that's a pretty nasty pitch. He just tends to struggle with command. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Slider. It's 2-2. On deck is Smurf. Braves once again with runners in scoring position, but not being able to do a darn thing about it. The 2-2. Strike 3. Threw a little lazy curveball off the edge, and Ozzie could not make contact. 2 down. So Sean Murphy will come to the plate, see if he can get the runner home. Sean Murphy, 2 for 2, 2 singles. Single here should score Olsen with 2 outs. First pitch, slider down and away, it's 1-0. On deck is Michael Harris. In the hole, Nick Allen. You would say this would be a good time to bring in Drake Baldwin to pinch hit, but maybe not with 2 outs. The 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. But flash it forward a little bit. What if it's bases loaded, 2 outs? I think you definitely would bring in Baldwin and have Luke play short the rest of the way. The 2-0 count. 95 down and away, 3-0. I know that's getting way ahead of ourselves. I'm just thinking forward because you've got Harris on deck. Sean Murphy digs in. He's 2 for 2. The 3-0 right down the pipe, taken all the way. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 3-1. So 3-1 count. Olsen standing at second. The pitch to Smurf. Swing. Fouls back the slider. Full count. So once ahead, 3-0. Now a 3-2 count. Both pitches right down the heart of the plate. Can understand why he was taking that first one. That second one, that slider got high in the zone. That's when Smurf needs to hammer. The payoff pitch. Bird comes set. Brings it. Outside wide, ball 4. Smurf will head on down to first. We've got runners on first and second. There's still 2 out. Goodman wanted to check down the first base side for a check swing strike, but he didn't even come close. Not even Alan Porter's going to call that one. Michael Harris comes to the plate. Michael Harris is second. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss and a curveball around his ankles. It's 0-1. Chasing that curveball in. The 0-1. You know he's wanting to tie it up right here, but we'll just take a base hit, something to get back on the board. The 0-1. Ball goes to the backstop, and now both runners will move up 90 feet. Now a single would cut this to a 1-run lead with 2 outs. Unless it was a hard hit single right to one of the outfielders. Man, that looked like it hit Harris's foot, did it not? I'd like to see a replay of that. Must have just missed it. It doesn't look like Michael was reacting to it, but it came very close to hitting the top of his shoe. The 1-1 to Harris. Swing, lifts it. High and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and Money Mike has come through in a big way. Holy cow! 394 happy feet. A hanger, a banger.
That's all right. My name is Money Mike. All right, then.
Yanked and cranked over the track.
Use your ass. This ain't for play. I don't do this for fun. Might want to shave. Might want to shave somebody else. Never know.
Let's go, Braves country. That pitch came up in the zone. It was a hanging slider into a left-handed batter. You couldn't put it on a better tee. First pitch on the way to Nick Allen is swung on and rifled over to first base, but right at the first baseman, Hiura. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 3 on the board. Let's get it, baby. It's 4-4 as we go to 7.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle-dazzle.
Whoever got a blue Honda at Walmart, your kids smoking your roaches out your ashtray.
You can't even call in now to the Clemson head coaches show because Dabo Swinney's no longer taking calls on his coaches show from anyone, from fans. That's how soft these guys are now.
Was it Tyler in Spartanburg was the caller last year?
Yeah.
Was that our guy who called in to criticize Dabo Swinney? So now they're going to ban phone calls?
The righteous Dabo Swinney is not even going to take calls from fans.
This is so analog of Dabo Swinney that it's perfect. Like in a digital world, in a high-speed age, milquetoast analog move is to ban callers from your coach's call-in show.
This is going to be the
with
longest
your local
hour
sponsors and everyone else. I'm thinking, goodness gracious. First off, I go back to what I just said about Deion Sanders. What would Dabo Swinney sit there and say? He'd huff and puff. His face would get all red. He'd be wearing that orange Clemson sweatshirt. He'd throw his daggum hat in the ground if some player came up to him and said, Coach, they're being too mean to me over there. I don't know what to do. They're yelling at me. They're talking trash about me. They're saying I'm not a good linebacker. I think I need to sit out the next couple series and figure it out. Dabo Swinney would go nuts. His face would turn purple. It'd almost explode with old school cliches back at that linebacker for doing that. And now Tyler in Spartanburg has him shook.
I'm Greg Maddox. My brother was a big part of it. Used to hang out with his friends.
We'd play pickup games. You know, we'd throw the bat and do the thing about who'd be captain. And, you know, here we are at 15, he's at 10, and he's playing with us. And I'd get first pick, and I said, I'll take Greg. And they go, why you want to take him? I said, he's the best player out here. You kidding me?
My sophomore year in high school, right after the basketball season, we had our last game on Friday. One of my teammates goes, baseball tryouts are Monday. Are you going to try out? And it was kind of like, sure, why not?
Welcome back. Enyo de los Santos time. Coming in with a 2.86 ERA. We go to the top of the 7th inning, all knotted up at 4 if you're just joining us. Well, you missed a comeback. The Braves were trailed 4-1 before a Money Mike, Michael Harris II, hit a 3-run home run into the chop house. Maybe just a touch below it, but regardless, a 3-run shot in the 6th inning, and we're all tied up at 4. Lando Arcia, the batter. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Slider down and away. It's 1-0. Braves have used quite a bit of the bullpen because of Elder's quick exit today. As the 1-0, slider misses 2-0. Someone needs to tell De Los Santos not to be pitching around Lando Arcia. The 2-0 count. Righty-righty. Pitch, swing. Fouls it back. 2-1. Elder went 3 1/3, gave up 4 runs, 7 hits. Got absolutely clubbed today. Aaron Bummer came in, pitched 2/3 of an inning. No earned. It was the 2-1 inside, 3-1. So he pitched a shutout, 2 outs. PJ came in, gave us 4 outs of shutout ball. And Dylan Dodd gave us 2. The 3-1, swing and a miss fastball, 3-2. And that's how we have built it to 6 innings so far. Now you've got De Los Santos on the bump. The 3-2 from Delos. Brings it. Swing, fouls it back. Full count once again. Who we have left in the bullpen? Jose Ruiz, but that would be mop-up duty. You don't want to see him. Rafael Montero, he's not much better. Dylan Lee and Raziel Iglesias would be the two main backstops. Back ends. The 3-2 swing. Lifts it. High and deep into left field. Going back on the track. Making the catch on the warning track for a loud out number one. Talked about it earlier. Arcia still has pop in his bat. They gave him a four-seam fastball right in his wheelhouse. A couple of years ago, that thing's planted into the left field seats. That is right into his wheelhouse. With Arcia, the key is to get ahead with them with the hard stuff on the outside and then give him to chase with the bender because he just can't lay off of it once he has two strikes. Man, wouldn't that have been a kick in the grapes? First pitch on the way, swung on, foul back. To Hiura, it's 0-1. Hiura, 1 for 1. The seeing eye single his last time up. 2 hit by pitches. I mean, this man should play the lottery tonight. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-2. How you would probably want to build it if we can keep runners off the base paths and you're looking at straight up. The 0-2. Fastball, 96, fouled straight back. We'll do it again. I'm going to assume that what they're going to do is bring Raziel Iglesias in for the 8th inning and Dylan Lee for the 9th. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 away. Now, if we don't score in the bottom of the 7th, there's an outside chance that you're going to get De Los Santos to try to spell at least a part of the 8th inning. We're getting ahead of ourselves just thinking this forward. Ty Freeman stands in, number 9 hitter. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Top shelf for a strike, it's 0-1. Freeman 1 for 2 on the night. Singled to right his last time up. He's walked and grounded into a double play. The 0-1. Swing, slices it towards right, running over, making the catch with the light blue glove is Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna Matata takes us to the middle of the 7th. We'll be back in a flash. I think we got the screen finally fixed. Apologize for that, y'all.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. 1, 2, 3. Me out to the ball game. Me out to the night. Find me something up. Crack the jack.
Welcome back. We do apologize for that. They had a heck of a time with the 3D. And as you can see, it's now bright and sunny. So I think they've gotten it fixed. We're just waiting to see if they come out. Vodnik, the right-hander, comes in. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike to Acuna. It's 0-1. The 0-1. 98 up top misses. 1-1. Doesn't look like anything is moving here. Give me a second. Try this one more time. One count. Swing and a miss. 98 mile an hour fastball. Here we go. Now we're back to it. Do apologize for that. We don't control these screens, so we're at their mercy. The 1-2 to Acuna. Swing. That ball's laced towards left. Making a leaping catch. Holy cow. What a catch by the left fielder, Jordan Beck, out there. He was at the top of his jump. If it gets over his head, it's extra bases. It would have hit the base of the wall, and with him running into it like that, I think it would have shot back away from him. Acuna would have at least been standing on second. That ball was smoked. Verdugo coming to the plate now. Righty-lefty matchup. 113 miles an hour off the bat by Ronald Acuna Jr. Looks like there's a little bit of rain coming in. We talked about that pregame, how it looked like there could be some rain in the forecast. First pitch on the way is 98 off the plate. It's 1-0. Vodnik comes in with a 2.2 ERA. And in Colorado, that's pretty impressive. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Nowhere near the zone. 2-0. 2-0 count. Verdugo, who's 1 for 2 on the day. Pitch. 97, just below the knees, but called for a strike. 2-1. Acuna was just inches away from 4 for 4. He had a double and 2 singles before that line out. The 2-1 swing. That ball's ripped into right field. That's down for a base hit. And Dr. Doogie's on once again. Let's go, Braves country.
What's going on? Blood pressure's coming up. The pulse is getting stronger. Get the OR ready. We've got a live one going and we want him to stay that way.
2 hits for Doogie. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. Riley, who's 0 for 3. He could use a base hit, couldn't he? First pitch on the way to Riley is swung on and sizzled down the right field side, but foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Riley, 2 strikeouts and a line out. The 0-1. Swing, pops it back, foul. Will get it out of play? It will, into the stands, thankfully. The 0-2 count. Brings it. 99 up top. Did he go around? Alan Porter is just awful at his job. He says he went around. He did not. 2 away. I mean, come on. Talked about it earlier, but he'll call anything that even remotely looks like an offer. And it's up to the umpire's discretion. That's why it's hard to argue it, but anything that comes remote, and there's Goodwin standing next to him yucking it up. Man, you need to be in his ear, Goodwin. That's all I can say. Grow a pair. First pitch on the way to
Olson is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, rips it up the middle. That ball is smoked into center field. Down for a base hit. A hard single.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House.
Ice House.
Smooth as it gets.
Second base hit of the night for Matt Olson, 2 for 3. Marcell Ozuna would be the batter. Man, that ball was absolutely sizzled. I'm sure center fielder Brenton Doyle was glad that ball bounced a couple of times before it got to his glove to slow it down a bit. First pitch on the way is kicks off to the side, and both runners will move up 90 feet, and we've got 2 runners in scoring position. Ball didn't get that far away from Goodman, but both runners took off quickly. Got a good jump. As soon as it kicked off, Verdugo was going, and it was going to take a perfect throw to get Verdugo. They had no shot of getting Olson because he had such a big lead because they weren't holding him on. Pitching coach for the Colorado Rockies, Darryl Scott's going to go out there and talk to Vodnik. Vodnik, the right-hander's at 14 pitches. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick while they're doing that. Rays have stormed back. Get this updated. My screen's jumping around when I went over. The Rays have stormed back and taken a 7-5 lead over the Mets there in the 7th inning. Yankees and Red Sox are knotted at 1 in the 9th. Marcell Ozuna stands in. The 1-0 pitch, swing. That ball's hit hard and deep into left field, going back on the track. Get up, get going, baby! A 3-run shot, a mighty smack over the track by the Big Bear. Holy Toledo! The bats have awoken in Atlanta. The demise of your Atlanta Braves have been greatly exaggerated. A 7-4 lead. The second 3-run home run for these Atlanta Braves tonight. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and chopped over towards second. It's going to take a quick play. Could not get it out of the glove. Estrada bobbled, juggled, bubbled, gobbled, and now we got ourselves a runner at second, 2 outs. Let's go. That home run by Ozuna, by the way, 407 feet, just got over the wall in left center, but it was smoked. If it doesn't get over the wall, both of those runs are going to score. Nobody had a chance to get to it because it was hit so hard. 111 miles an hour off the bat. Sean Murphy will be the batter now. As Goodman went out there to have a quick chat with Vodnik. Braves lead it now 7-4. Runner at first, 2 outs. Vodnik turns around and flips it over to first. Keep Ozzie close by. Thank you for the memberships, Iron Lung. As the first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Murphy, who's 2 for 2 with the 2 singles and a walk. He's also scored a run. The 0-1. Swing, chops it foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Case says his wife drank all his PBR. Man, I don't know. You might want to talk to a lawyer about that. The 0-2. Check swing over the first base dugout. We'll do it again. I mean, if you're not already looking into a divorce lawyer, Kay, drinking all your PBR, man, that's I don't know. I don't know who could survive that. The 0-2 count to Smurf. The pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Braves trailed this game 4-1 just a couple innings ago. Bottom of the 6th, 3-run home run tied the game by Michael Harris. Bottom of the 7th, 3-run home run took the lead by Marcell Ozuna. Rain's starting to come down a little bit heavier. Fans are running towards the concessions. The 1-2 slices it foul. We'll do it again. When is the last call in Truist Park? Is that 8th inning or is it 7th inning? I know that's gone back and forth over the years. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the changeup in the dirt. That'll end the inning, but not for your Atlanta Braves. Had take a 3-run lead by a 3-run blast by the Big Zoo, the Big Bear.
Okay, y'all. So I know y'all like your women a little curvy, and I am a people pleaser down to the bone. So I just found out I have a mild case of scoliosis. So yeah, I just want to let you guys know that I truly do everything in my power to make y'all happy.
Ireland has been ranked as one of the top 10 most miserable countries in the world. We've been trying our best, and it's great to see our work being recognised. It's not so much that we're all miserable, it's just that being happy in Ireland is considered very rude. It's not like in America, oh, how was your day? Oh, my day is going great. Unacceptably selfish thing to say. If you're having a good day, keep it to yourself. I've enough on my plate without worrying about how great everything is going for you. If you're having a conversation in Ireland, your goal is to find something you can both complain about as quick as possible. Also, if somebody compliments you, you have to ruin it. Your t-shirt is lovely. Where did you get it? Oh, it was really cheap and I'm very fat looking in it. It doesn't matter.
I never worry about my guy cheating on me. Like, it doesn't even cross my mind. But I do believe that he gets upset with me and turns the hot water heater down. And I'm not sure which betrayal is worse, because if you've ever tried to shave your legs with goosebumps, you completely understand where I'm coming from. I think I'd just rather have him cheat on me.
These pickup games he played as a kid in Las Vegas on Sunday mornings. They would meet at a field. There was an old scout there called Ralph Madar.
I drugged my brother along one time. He started throwing, and Ralph said, wow.
Ralph said that movement and location is more important than velocity. He was teaching me how to pitch in the big leagues. He wasn't teaching me how to pitch in high school. He was teaching me how to pitch beyond that.
And so he learned early on that moving the baseball was more important than throwing it hard.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Welcome back. Braves lead at 7-4. We head to the top of the 8th. 7 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Braves. 4-12-1 for the Rockies. It's pretty laughable that the Braves don't have a error on the scorecard. First pitch on the way from Raisel Iglesias, who's back in as the setup man tonight. First pitch misses, sinker off the edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0 righty-righty matchup. 95 misses. 2-0. 2-0 count. Though he's not coming in to close it. 2-0 right there at the knees. Maybe a low strike called. 2-1. He is facing the top of the order in a hold situation. So it's not like they're bringing him in with no butterflies at all out there. The 2-1 count. Outside wide, 3-1. It's been a long time since we've seen Iglesias do a clean inning. The 3-1 to Beck. Right there, 95 at the knees, full count. With a 3-run lead, I mean, he might as well give the guy something to hit. Let his defense do some work behind him. The payoff from Eyeglasses. Swing, hits it over towards short. Allen's got it. Fires it to first. Kind of a high throw, but it looked like Olsen. Did he make the tag? They're going to say he's safe. So an E6, or we'll see what they do here. They do not want to challenge it, as it appears that Olsen wasn't able to apply the tag on a bad throw by Allen. Yeah, he missed him. He just got his foot down. So the good speed of Beck got him on base to start the inning. What should be the Braves' third error of the game will be E6. His first pitch on the way is a strike at the knees to Estrada. It's 0-1. The 0-1 below the knees, 1-1. They gave Beck a base hit on that one as well. Wow. So when you start looking at all these numbers and they're telling you how good the Braves defense is, just take it with a grain of salt. First pitch on the way, or the 1-1 pitch on the way is swung on, hammered over to short, scooped by Allen. He flips it to Ozzie. It's going to be a 6-4-3 rally killing double play. Good defensive play that time by Allen, 2 down. And that ball almost popped out of his glove. It was a hard hit ball, but the idea that none of those 3 plays today were errors, that's why we've got the best fielding percentage in baseball. First pitch on the way is a sinker at the knees to Goodman. It's 0-1. The 0-1. 96 on the outer edge, 0-2. I've got Allen in my scorecard. I got Allen with 2 errors and Verdugo with 1. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So Iglesias, all in all, got out of it. Wasn't pretty, but it was efficient. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 8th we go. Let's get some insurance, Braves country.
My parents couldn't just raise me to be a dainty little princess who gets spoiled by their man. No, they made me the man. And now here I am spending my Sunday looking for a bar oil for my chainsaw. Most women probably don't even know what bar oil is. God, Fred.
Everyone has their opinion when it comes to unbreakable records, but Hack Wilson's 191 RBIs in 1930, in my opinion, will never be broken. Let's not forget, in 1930 they played 8 less games than they do now. He batted cleanup. The 3 spots in front of him in the lineup had 120 doubles and 44 triples that season. 2 of the 3 had non-base percentage over 400. Plain and simple, there was a lot of ducks on the pond when he came to the plate. Hack didn't get off to a strong start. In his first 18 games of the season, he only drove in 11 runs. Although he had 56 home runs that season, none of them were grand slams. Even if you take away all of the times he scored when he hit a home run, he would still have 135 RBIs. In August alone, he had 53 RBIs. Not only did he lead the league in RBIs, he also led the league in walks. He almost had as many RBIs as he had hits. He finished the season with 208 hits, which was only 17 more than his RBI total. What do you think? Will anyone ever break this record, or do you think it's unbreakable?
I knew absolutely nothing about baseball. Nothing. And people would talk like, oh yeah, he's really good. I didn't know what that meant. Originally, my best friend liked Greg and pointed him out to me. And I'm like, oh, well, that kid's pretty skinny. I can remember my first thought.
We met at a party. I was hungry. She was really good looking. And so I asked her to go eat.
We had our first date at a Mexican place. He says he doesn't remember ordering a hamburger, but I know he for sure did. Yeah, started kind of going to some of his games and just kind of grew from there.
I knew at that time, little brother was like really good. And all of a sudden it was like, you quit playing the other sports and just focus on baseball and chasing a dream. 84 draft came around and the Cubs were drafting like 3rd.
Welcome back. Michael Harris II, who planted a 3-run home run into the right field seats just before the chop house, comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch on the way from Ryan Rollison. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-0. 92, high and inside, 2-0. 2-0 count. Braves with a 3-run lead. The pitch. Swing, slaps it into the hole. 5-6 hole, and that'll be through for a base hit. And Money Mike with another base hit. Let's get it, Braves country.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle-dazzle.
They were playing him to pull on the right side of the infield. He slapped it against the defense. And Orlando Arcia, who does not have near the range he used to, as they throw it over to first, that ball's going to get away, and Michael Harris is going to head down to second. Here comes the throw, and that ball's going to get into left field as it goes off of Michael Harris. And he's going to find his way all the way around to third base with nobody out. How about that? The ball went to first on the pickoff attempt. The first baseman, Yora, fired a throw down to second that bounced off of Michael, or bounced right in front of him, but Arcia did not make the catch. It goes to center, left center, and Doyle picked it up, but not before Harris goes all the way around to third. First pitch on the way is a curveball swung on and lifted by Allen. Here comes the throw. Harris hauling it to home plate, and he will be safe. And your Atlanta Braves get a little more insurance. It's 4-run lead here in Atlanta. Not a super deep fly ball, but deep enough. Good throw attempt by Doyle, but Harris was easily safe by the time it took the one hop into the glove of the pitcher. Money Mike had already slid into home plate, hand first, and they're looking at his hand. Isn't that great? Finally get him going, and he does a head first dive for no reason. First pitch on the way to Acuna is right there for a ball. It's 1-0. We mentioned this before earlier in the year, but they don't do a very good job as the first pitch, the 1-0 pitch to Acuna is sliced foul and out of play down the right field line. It's 1-1. But they don't do a great job, the Braves, so I'm not picking on any in particular player. Is the 1-1, high and inside, 2-1. Normally, a team that is coached well, managed well, et cetera, when the runner comes home, the next batter is up there to tell him whether he needs to slide or not. The 2-1, down and away, 3-1. Because your first base and third base coaches have no chance of signaling that to you. And so the point is, someone should be standing there telling him to stand up. The 3-1 in the dirt, ball four. So Acuna is on base for his fourth time. And remember, the only out he got was the one that was scorched into left with the leaping catch by Becker. He'd be 4 for 4 and on base for a fifth time.
Bravo.
We'd love to get a little more insurance here, because if we could get this to a 5-6 run game, you might be able to save Dylan Lee for later in the series. As it stands right now with 4-run lead, as they continue to look at Harris's hand in the dugout, that concerns me a little bit. I'm hoping it's just something like it looks like the glove came off at some point when he was running the bases. and maybe he just skinned it up a little bit. I believe it's his glove hand. Eli White will be the batter, batting for Verdugo. First pitch on the way. Slider floating up there for a strike. It's 0-1. He'll stay in to play defense in left field. Though Verdugo had a good game, 2 for 3 with the run scored. The 0-1 brings it. High and inside. 1-0. 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing. That ball's laced into left field. That is through for a base hit. And the Book of Eli gets into the hit parade.
Cursed be the ground for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us.
Austin Riley stands in. First pitch on the way. Swing. Four-seam fastball. Rocks it back foul. It's 0-1. Riley, really the only one who's had a bad night at the plate for the Braves. He is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Ozzy's 0 for 4, so let me take that back for a second. And he has 3 strikeouts. So they're in competition with each other. The 0-1 misses high and outside, 1-1. Everybody else in the lineup, including the pinch hitter, Eli White, has a base hit. Harris, Smurf, Olsen, Verdugo, and Acuna have multiple base hits. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. Wow, Alan Porter actually called a batter holding up. The 2-1 count. Bottom of the 8th, the Braves lead it 8-4. Brings it inside, 3-1. Standing on deck is Olsen. Runners at first and second, 1 out. The 3-1. Swing. That ball's ripped up the middle. And there's a base hit for Austin Riley. Throw comes back into the infield. The bases are loaded.
Blue, you're my boy!
So bases are loaded, 1 out, and it looks like the pitching coach, Darryl Scott's coming out there to talk to Rollison, who's 17 pitches in. His ducks are all over the pond. Braves lead it 8-4. Matt Olson stands in. Lefty-lefty matchup. Bases juiced. First pitch on the way to the ice house is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, rips it into right field. That's through for a base hit. 1 runner will score. Acuna comes to the plate. 2 runs will score. And the throw is to third, and it gets away. And Austin Riley's going to walk home. and we put 3 more on the board. How about that, Braves country? 11-4 with a good, should be an RBI single, 2 RBI single by the Ice House.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House. Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
That is the 3rd time tonight the Atlanta Braves have scored 3 runs in one play. 2 off of home runs, the other a 2 RBI single, and then an E9 that gets away. The throw from right field to third base goes into the camera well. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. Ozuna 1 for 4 with the 3-run homer. Pitch on the way. Fisted foul and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Looks like another fall through by Ozuna hit the catcher in the back of the head. This is the 1-1 misses high 2-1. Or 0-1 misses high 1-1. It's happened in the past where guys have gotten tired of that and they've hit it. Ozuna. Could happen again. The 1-1. Swing, rips it, foul. He followed through on that one. That came close to getting Goodman in the head, but he held up. It's 1-2. The one last week was not his fault. The catcher had walked into it. But the one he just did there was absolutely his fault. 1-2 count. The pitch. Swing. Lifts it high. Into center field. Coming in. Making the catch in right is Moniak. He'll fire it to the plate. Here comes Matt Olson. He'll score, and it's 12-4 Atlanta. How about that? Good fly ball, good base running, and the Braves lead it by 8. Boy, did this team need this. Two down. Ozzie Albies your batter. First pitch on the way to the whiz. High and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Ozzie, the only one in the lineup tonight to not get a base hit. He's 0 for 4. The 1-0 chops it over to third. Looks like they've got him. 5-3. Bad throw, but a good stick by Hiura. Backhanded, about handcuffed him, but that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Put 4 more on the board. It's 5 more on the board. It's 12-4 Atlanta.
If you ain't at Chick-fil-A, then where you at? I'm at Popeyes because I'm black.
Stop telling women on the internet how beautiful they are and go say it to your wife.
Okay, well, she might like it. Hey, honey, did you know that these women on the internet are beautiful?
You know, in my experience, all the people that said I was negative and challenging were just angry that I was on to them. Yeah. Gotcha, bitch!
Do people still say bound chicka wow wow? I feel like if I said that to a child, not a child, I just feel like what the f***? If like a teenager heard that saying, they'd be like, what? That's what I meant.
The day of the draft was the day of our class trip. We were going to go to Hawaii. And the draft was going to start about an hour before I took off for that flight. You know, there was talk that I could go in the first round. So, you know, I thought, well, okay.
Chicago Cubs select 096
5.
I remember being at the airport calling home and did I get drafted? And they said, no, you didn't get drafted.
I remember they picked Drew Hall, strapping left-hander out of Kentucky. 6'4", left-handed, sure. You're 5'11", you weigh $145. No, I don't think so. We're gonna bet on the 6'4" guy,
Okay, that concludes the first round. We're gonna pause for a moment right now.
Hopped on the plane, went to Hawaii. When I landed, I called back home and they said, yeah, you got drafted in the second round. The Cubs took you. Enjoy your 5 days in Hawaii on your class trip, and you could report when you get back to the States.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio with Mac McGee, the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Well, this is stupid. They're bringing Dylan Lee out of the bullpen with an 8-run lead. It says 11-4 on your screen, but it is 12-4. Lefty-lefty matchup as Dylan Lee goes back to work. First pitch on the way is swung on, lifted down the left field side, foul. Hits the tarps down there, it's 0-1. The 0-1. You have an 8-run lead. And Dylan Lee, who's realistically your closer nowadays, you save him. You don't use him. The 0-1 misses high, 1-1. And I get it. The two options down there are not great in Montero and what was the clown they brought on from Ruiz from the Phillies who kicked him to the curb? As the pitch on the way swung on, foul back, it's 1-2. But there's no way that I'm using my closer with an 8-run lead as shallow as this bullpen is. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. It's almost like he wants to get fired. And you got a guy in Lee who's used to going in there in close ball games. I mean, he's just going to be kind of going through the motions and they're up by 8. Just another example of not being able to manage the bullpen. The 2-2 count, swing and a miss, strike 3, 1 away. As you get later in the series and you need Lee, let's say we have a couple of close games Saturday and Sunday. He's not going to be able to go to them both games. And if he does go to them both games, he may not be worth the third one. This is what you wanted, as a win going away. You didn't get to it by conventional means. Everybody expected Elder to pitch much better tonight. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. It's 1-1. But you had Ruiz, who's probably the most likely option to go in where you're losing by a ton. So I'd say Montero would be the guy you'd send out there. Surely the guy can get 3 outs. The 0-1, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. The 0-2 count. Brings it, swing, chops it foul. We'll do it again. Razor Quack says if we lose any games against the Rockies, I'm done. You've been done for a while, Quack. The 0-2 count. Lefty righty. Swing, chops it over towards third. Riley's got it. Fires it to first. Perfect throw. 5-3, 2 down. Two down. That'll bring Farmer to the plate. Farmer takes the first pitch off the edge. For a ball, it's 1-0. Kyle Farmer, 224 average, 3 home runs, 17 RBI. The 1-0. Swing, pops it up. High into right field, coming in, trying to make the diving catch is Acuna. Ball falls just in front of him. Kicks away from his glove. Good play by Olsen, hustling out there to keep the runner at first. So 2 down. Runner at first. Game not quite over yet. He leaned out there and he wanted to make that catch to end the game, didn't he? Missed it by, let's say, 6 inches. Lando Arcia, the batter. Lefty righty, first pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Y'all can thank me for Michael Harris, by the way. I released him off of my Dynasty Baseball team this morning. I've had him on the team since 2022. The 2-0 outside wide. Runner at second as he took second in defensive indifference. Pitch on the way, swung on, popped up. Behind home plate, will stay in play. It will. Sean Murphy squeezes it. He squeezes the cowhide, and that's it. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men. Beer for my horses. Your Atlanta Braves win this one going away. Not what it looked like a few innings ago, but they put 3 on the board in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, and 5 in the 8th. This is a team victory because the offense carried it for the defense. Or for the pitching, I guess I should say. Player of the game ball, you got to give it to Michael Harris as he had the big home run that tied the game up. But you can't sleep on the fact that Olsen went 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs. Acuna went 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Marcell Ozuna with his big 3-run home run. They gave us the 3-run lead. That one's just as big as the home run hit by Harris. Murphy went 2 for 3 with the run scored. Riley 1 for 5. Verdugo 2 for 3. Eli 1 for 1. The only one who didn't get aboard was Ozzie, who was 0 for 5. Nick Allen didn't get a base hit, but he did get an RBI. And the sac fly. And your Braves win it 12-4. Game 1 of a 3-game set tomorrow. 4:10 first pitch. We'll see you then. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Have a good one, Braves country.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any. It brings you back.